Chapter 29 of the Claverings. This recording for LibriVox is in the public domain. For information about participation, visit librivox.org. The Claverings by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 29, read by Montmorency. What would men say to you? Harry, tell me the truth. Tell me all the truth. Harry Clavering was thus greeted when, in obedience to the summons from Lady Ongar, he went to her almost immediately on his return to London. It will be remembered that he had remained at Clavering some days after the departure of Hugh and Archie, lacking the courage to face his misfortunes boldly. But though his delay had been cowardly, it had not been easy for him to be a coward. He despised himself for not having written with warm, full-expressed affection to Florence, and with honest, clear truth to Julia. Half his misery rose from this feeling of self-abasement, and from the consciousness that he was weak, piteously weak, exactly in that in which he had often boasted to himself that he was strong. But such inward boastings are not altogether bad. They preserve men from succumbing, and make, at any rate, some attempt to realize themselves. The man who tells himself that he is brave will struggle much before he flies, but the man who never does so tell himself will find flying easy, unless his heart be of nature very high. Now had come the moment either for flying or not flying, and Harry, swearing that he would stand his ground, resolutely took his hat and gloves and made his way to Bolton Street with a sore heart. But as he went he could not keep himself from arguing the matter within his own breast. He knew what was his duty. It was his duty to stick to Florence, not only with his word and his hand, but with his heart. It was his duty to tell Lady Ongar that not only his word was at Stratton, but his heart also, and to ask her pardon for the wrong that he had done her by that caress. For some 10 minutes, as he walked through the streets, his resolve was strong to do this manifest duty. But gradually, as he thought of that caress, as he thought of the difficulties of the coming interview, as he thought of Julia's high-toned beauty, perhaps something also of her wealth and birth, and more strongly still, as he thought of her love for him, false, treacherous, selfish arguments offered themselves to his mind. Arguments which he knew to be false and selfish. Which of them did he love? Could it be right for him to give his hand without his heart? Could it really be good for Florence, poor injured Florence, that she should be taken by a man who had ceased to regard her more than all other women? Were he to marry her now, would that deceit be worse than the other deceit? Or rather, would not that be deceitful, whereas the other course would simply be unfortunate? Unfortunate through circumstances for which he was blameless. Damnable arguments, false, cowardly logic, by which all male jilts seek to excuse their own treachery to themselves and to others. Thus, during the second 10 minutes of his walk, his line of conduct became less plain to him, and as he entered Piccadilly he was racked with doubts. But instead of settling them in his mind, he unconsciously allowed himself to dwell upon the words with which he would seek to excuse his treachery to Florence. He thought how he would tell her, not to her face with spoken words, for that he could not do, but with written skill, that he was unworthy of her goodness, that his love for her had fallen off through his own unworthiness, and had returned to one who was in all respects less perfect than she, but who, in old days, as she well knew, had been his first love. Yes, he would say all this, and Julia, let her anger be what it might, should know that he had said it. As he planned this, there came to him a little comfort, for he thought there was something grand in such a resolution. Yes, he would do that, even though he should lose Julia also. Miserable claptrap! He knew in his heart that all his logic was false, and his arguments baseless. Ceased to love Florence Burton? He had not ceased to love her, nor is the heart of any man made so like a weathercock that it needs must turn itself hither and thither, as the wind directs, and be altogether beyond man's control. For Harry, with all his faults, and in spite of his present falseness, was a man. No man ceases to love without a cause. No man need cease to love without a cause. A man may maintain his love, and nourish it, and keep it warm by honest manly effort, as he may his probity, his courage, or his honour. It was not that he had ceased to love Florence, but that the glare of the candle had been too bright for him, and he had scorched his wings. After all, as to that embrace of which he had thought so much, and the memory of which was so sweet to him and so bitter, it had simply been an accident. Thus writing in his mind that letter to Florence, which he knew, if he were an honest man, he would never allow himself to write, he reached Lady Ongar's door without having arranged for himself any special line of conduct. We must return for a moment to the fact that Hugh and Archie had returned to town before Harry Clavering. How Archie had been engaged on great doings, the reader, I hope, will remember, and he may as well be informed here that the £50 was duly taken to Mount Street, and were extracted from him by the spy without much difficulty. I do not know that Archie in return obtained any immediate aid or valuable information from Sophie Gordeloup, but Sophie did obtain some information from him, which she found herself able to use for her own purposes. As his position with reference to love and marriage was being discussed, and the position also of the divine Julia, Sophie hinted her fear of another Clavering lover. What did Archie think of his cousin Harry? "Why, he's engaged to another girl," said Archie, opening wide his eyes and his mouth, and becoming very free with his information. This was a matter to which Sophie found it worth her while to attend, and she soon learned from Archie all that Archie knew about Florence Burton, and this was all that could be known. No secret had been made in the family of Harry's engagement. Archie told his fair assistant that Miss Burton had been received at Clavering Park openly as Harry's future wife, and "By Jove, you know, he can't be coming it with Julia after that, you know." Sophie made a little grimace, but did not say much. She, remembering that she had caught Lady Ongar in Harry's arms, thought that, by Jove, he might be coming it with Julia even after Miss Burton's reception at Clavering Park. Then, too, she remembered some few words that had passed between her and her dear Julia after Harry's departure on the evening of the embrace, and perceived that Julia was in ignorance of the very existence of Florence Burton, even though Florence had been received at the park. This was information worth having, information to be used. Her respect for Harry rose immeasurably. She had not given him credit for so much audacity, so much gallantry, and so much skill. She had thought him to be a pig-headed Clavering like the rest of them. He was not pig-headed. He was a promising young man. She could have liked him, and perhaps aided him, only that he had shown so strong a determination to have nothing to do with her. Therefore the information should be used, and it was used. The reader will now understand what was the truth which Lady Ongar demanded from Harry Clavering. "Harry, tell me the truth. Tell me all the truth." She had come forward to meet him in the middle of the room when she spoke these words, and stood looking him in the face, not having given him her hand. "What truth?" said Harry. "Have I ever told you a lie?" But he knew well what was the truth required of him. "Lies can be acted as well as told, Harry. Tell me all at once. Who is Florence Burton? Who and what?" She knew it all then, and things had settled themselves for him without the necessity of any action on his part. It was odd enough that she should not have learned it before, but at any rate she knew it now. And it was well that she should have been told. Only how was he to excuse himself for that embrace? "At any rate, speak to me," she said, standing quite erect, and looking as a Juno might have looked. You will acknowledge at least that I have a right to ask the question, who is this Florence Burton? She is the daughter of Mr. Burton of Stratton. And is that all you can tell me? Come, Harry, be braver than that. I was not such a coward once with you. Are you engaged to marry her? Yes, Lady Ongar, I am. Then you have had your revenge on me, and now we are quits. So saying, she stepped back from the middle of the room and sat herself down on her accustomed seat. He was left there standing, and it seemed as though she intended to take no further notice of him. He might go if he pleased, and there would be an end of it all. The difficulty would be over, and he might at once write to Florence in what language he liked. It would simply be a little episode in his life, and his escape would not have been arduous. But he could not go from her in that way. He could not bring himself to leave the room without some further word. She had spoken of revenge. Was it not incumbent on him to explain to her that there had been no revenge, that he had loved and suffered and forgiven without one thought of anger, and that then he had unfortunately loved again? Must he not find some words in which to tell her that she had been the light, and he simply the poor moth that had burnt his wings? No, Lady Ongar, said he, there has been no revenge. We will call it justice, if you please. At any rate, I do not mean to complain. If you ever injured me, he began. I did injure you, said she sharply. If you ever injured me, I forgave you freely. I did injure you. As she spoke, she rose again from her seat, showing how impossible to her was that tranquillity which she had attempted to maintain. I did injure you, but the injury came you early in life, and sat lightly on you. Within a few months you had learned to love this young lady, the place you went to, the first young lady you saw. I had not done you much harm, Harry, but that which you have done me cannot be undone. Julia, he said, coming up to her. No, not Julia. When you were here before, I asked you to call me so, hoping, longing, believing, doing more, so much more than I could have done. But I thought my love might now be of service to you. You do not think that I had heard of this then? Oh, no. No, it is odd that I should not have known it, but now I hear that she was at my sister's house, and all others have not been as silent as you have been. We are quits, Harriet. That is all I have to say. We are quits now. I have intended to be true to you and to her. Were you true when you acted as you did the other night? He could not explain to her how greatly he had been tempted. Were you true when you held me in your arms as that woman came in? Had you not made me think I might glory in loving you, and that I might show her that I scorned her when she thought to promise me her secrecy, as though I were ashamed of what she had seen? I was not ashamed, not then. Had all the world known it, I should not have been ashamed. I have loved him long, I should have said, and him only. He is to be my husband, and now at last I need not be ashamed. So much she spoke, standing up, looking at him with firm face, and uttering her syllables with a quick, clear voice. But at the last word there came a quiver in her tone, and the strength of her countenance quailed, and there was a tear which made dim her eye, and she knew that she could no longer stand before him. She endeavoured to seat herself with composure, but the attempt failed, and as she fell back upon the sofa, he just heard the sob which had cost her so great and vain an effort to restrain. In an instant he was kneeling at her feet and grasping at the hand with which she was hiding her face. "Julia," he said, "look at me. Let us at any rate understand each other at last." "No, Harry, there must be no more such a knowledge, no more such understanding. You must go from me, and come here no more. Had it not been for that other night, I would still have endeavoured to regard you as a friend, but I have no right to such friendship. I have sinned, gone astray. I am a thing vile and polluted. I sold myself as a beast is sold, and men have treated me as I treated myself." "Have I treated you so?" "Yes, Harry, you. How did you treat me when you took me in your arms and kissed me, knowing that I was not to be your wife?" "O God, I have sinned, and I am punished." "No, no," said he, rising from his knees. "It was not as you say." "And how was it, sir? Is it thus that you treat other women, your friends, those to whom you declare friendship? What did you mean me to think?" "That I loved you." "Yes, with a love that should complete my disgrace. It would finish my degradation. But I had not heard of this Florence Burton. And Harry, that night I was happy in my bed. And in that next week, when you were down there for that sad ceremony, I was happy here, happy and proud. Yes, Harry, I was so proud when I thought you still loved me in spite of my past sin, that I almost forgot that I was polluted. You have made me remember it, and I shall not forget it again." It would have been better for him had he gone away at once. Now he was sitting in a chair, sobbing violently, and pressing away the tears from his cheeks with his hands. How could he make her understand that he had intended no insult when he embraced her? Was it not incumbent on him to tell her that the wrong he did then was done to Florence Burton and not to her? But his agony was too much for him at present, and he could find no words in which to speak to her. "I said to myself that you would come when the funeral was over, and I wept for poor Hermy, as I thought that my lot was so much happier than hers. But people have what they deserve, and Hermy, who has done no such wrong as I have done, is not crushed as I am crushed. It was just, Harry, that the punishment should come from you, but it has come very heavily. Julia, it was not meant to be so." "Well, we will let that pass. I cannot unsay, Harry, all that I have said, all that I did not say, but which you must have thought and known when you were here last. I cannot bid you believe that I do not love you. Not more tenderly or truly than I love you. Nay, Harry, your love to me can be neither true nor tender, nor will I permit it to be offered to me. You do not think that I would rob that girl of what is hers? Mine for you may be both tender and true, but alas, truth has come to me when it can avail me no longer. Julia, if you will say that you love me, it shall avail you." "In saying that, you are continuing to ill-treat me. Listen to me now. I hardly know when it began. For at first I did not expect that you would forgive me and let me be dear to you as I used to be. But as you sat here, looking up into my face in the old way, it came to me gradually, the feeling that it might be so. And I told myself that if you would take me as the feeling that it might be so, and I told myself that if you would take me, I might be of service to you, and I thought that I might forgive myself at last for possessing this money, if I could throw it in your lap, so that you might thrive with it in the world. And I said to myself, it might be well to wait a while, till I should see whether you really loved me. But then came that burst of passion, and though I knew that you were wrong, I was proud to feel that I was still so dear to you. It is all over. We understand each other at last, and you may go. There is nothing to be forgiven between us." He had now resolved that Florence must go by the board. If Julia would still take him, she should be his wife, and he would face Florence and all the Burtons, and his own family, and all the world in the matter of his treachery. What would he care what the world might say? His treachery to Florence was a thing completed. Now, at this moment, he felt himself to be so devoted to Julia as to make him regard his engagement to Florence as one which must at all hazards be renounced. He thought of his mother's sorrow, of his father's scorn, of the dismay with which Fanny would hear concerning him a tale which she would believe to be oh so impossible. He thought of Theodore Burton, and the deep unquenchable anger of which that brother was capable, and of Celia and her outraged kindness. He thought of the infamy which would be attached to him, and resolved that he must bear it all. Even if his own heart did not move him so to act, how could he hinder himself from giving comfort and happiness to this woman who was before him? Injury, wrong, and broken-hearted wretchedness he could not prevent, but therefore this part was as open to him as the other. Men would say that he had done this for Lady Ongar's money, and the indignation with which he was able to regard this false accusation, for his mind declared such accusation to be damnably false, gave him some comfort. People might say of him what they pleased. He was about to do the best within his power. Bad, alas, was the best, but it was of no avail now to think of that. "Julia," he said, "between us at least there shall be nothing to be forgiven." "There is nothing," she said. "And there shall be no broken love. I am true to you now, as ever." "And what then of your truth to Miss Florence Burton?" "It will not be for you to rebuke me with that. We have, both of us, played our game badly, but not for that reason need we both be ruined and broken-hearted. In your folly you thought that wealth was better than love, and I, in my folly, I thought that one love blighted might be mended by another. When I asked Miss Burton to be my wife, you were the wife of another man. Now that you are free again, I cannot marry Miss Burton." "You must marry her, Harry." "There shall be no must in such a case. You do not know her, and cannot understand how good, how perfect she is. She is too good to take a hand without a heart. And what would men say of you?" "I must bear what men say. I do not suppose that I shall be all happy, not even with your love. When things have once gone wrong, they cannot be mended without showing the patches. But yet men stay the hand of ruin for a while, tinkering here and putting in a nail there, stitching and cobbling, and so things are kept together. It must be so for you and me. Give me your hand, Julia, for I have never deceived you, and you need not fear that I shall do so now. Give me your hand and say that you will be my wife." "No, Harry, not your wife. I do not, as you say, know that perfect girl, but I will not rob one that is so good." "You are bound to me, Julia. You must do as I bid you. You have told me that you love me, and I have told you, and I tell you now that I love none other as I love you. I have never loved any other as I loved you. Give me your hand." Then coming to her, he took her hand, while she sat there with her face averted from him. "Tell me you will be my wife." But she would not say the words. She was less selfish than he, and was trying to think what might be the best for them all, but above all what might be the best for him. "Speak to me," he said, "and acknowledge that you wronged me when you thought the expression of my love was an insult to you." "It is easy to say, speak. What shall I say?" "Say that you will be my wife." "No, I will not say it." She rose again from her chair and took her hand away from him. "I will not say it. Go now and think over all that you have done, and I also will think of it, God help me. What evil comes when evil has been done. But, Harry, I understand you now, and I at least will blame you no more. Go and see Florence Burton, and if, when you see her, you find that you can love her, take her to your heart and be true to her. You shall never hear another reproach from me. Go now, go. There is nothing more to be said." He paused a moment, as though he were going to speak, but he left the room without another word. As he went along the passage and turned on the stairs, he saw her standing at the door of the room, looking at him, and it seemed that her eyes were imploring him to be true to her, in spite of the words that she had spoken. "And I will be true to her," he said to himself. "She was the first that I ever loved, and I will be true to her." He went out, and for an hour or two wandered about the town, hardly knowing whither his steps were taking him. There had been a tragic seriousness in what had occurred to him this evening, which seemed to cover him with care, and make him feel that his youth was gone from him. At any former period of his life his ears would have tingled with pride to hear such a woman as Lady Ongar speak of her love for him in such terms as she had used. But there was no room now for the pride in his bosom. Now at least he thought nothing of her wealth or rank. He thought of her as a woman between whom and himself there existed so strong a passion as to make it impossible that he should marry another, even though his duty plainly required it. The grace and graciousness of his life were over, but love still remained to him, and of that he must make the most. All others whom he regarded would revile him, and now he must live for this woman alone. She had said that she had injured him. Yes, indeed, she had injured him. She had robbed him of his high character, of his unclouded brow, of that self-pride which had so often told him that he was living a life without reproach among men. She had brought him to a state in which misery must be his bedfellow, and disgrace his companion, but still she loved him, and to that love he would be true. As to Florence Burton, how was he to settle matters with her? That letter, for which he had been preparing the words as he went to Bolton Street, before the necessity for it had become irrevocable, did not now appear to him to be very easy. At any rate, he did not attempt it on that night. End of chapter 29. Read by Montmorency.
Recording by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia. The Claverings, by Anthony Trollope, Chapter 30. The Man Who Dusted His Boots with His Handkerchief. When Florence Burton had written 3 letters to Harry without receiving a word in reply to either of them, she began to be seriously unhappy. The last of these letters, received by him after the scene described in the last chapter, he had been afraid to read. It still remained unopened in his pocket. But Florence, though she was unhappy, was not even yet jealous. Her fears did not lie in that direction, nor had she naturally any tendency to such uneasiness. He was ill, she thought, or if not ill in health, then ill at ease. Some trouble afflicted him, of which he could not bring himself to tell her the facts. And as she thought of this, she remembered her own stubbornness on the subject of their marriage, and blamed herself in that she was not now with him to comfort him. If such comfort would avail him anything now, she would be stubborn no longer. When the 3rd letter brought no reply, she wrote to her sister-in-law, Mrs. Burton, confessing her uneasiness and begging for comfort. Surely Cecilia could not but see him occasionally, or at any rate have the power of seeing him. Or Theodore might do so, as of course he would be at the office. If anything ailed him, would Cecilia tell her all the truth? But Cecilia, when she began to fear that something did ail him, did not find it very easy to tell Florence all the truth. But there was jealousy at Stratton, though Florence was not jealous. Old Mrs. Burton had become alarmed, and was ready to tear the eyes out of Harry Clavering's head if Harry should be false to her daughter. This was a misfortune of which, with all her brood, Mrs. Burton has as yet known nothing. No daughter of hers had been misused by any man, and no son of hers had ever misused any one's daughter. Her children had gone out into the world steadily, prudently, making no brilliant marriages, but never falling into any mistakes. She heard of such misfortunes around her, that a young lady here had loved in vain, and that a young lady there had been left to wear the willow. But such sorrows had never visited her roof, and she was disposed to think, and perhaps to say, that the fault lay chiefly in the imprudence of mothers. What if at last, when her work in this line had been so nearly brought to a successful close, misery and disappointment should come also upon her lamb? In such case, Mrs. Burton, we may say, was a ewe who would not see her lamb suffer without many bleatings and considerable exercise of her maternal energies. And tidings had come to Mrs. Burton which had not as yet been allowed to reach Florence's ears. In the office at the Adelphi was one Mr. Walliker, who had a younger brother now occupying that desk in Mr. Burton's office which had belonged to Harry Clavering. Through Bob Walliker, Mrs. Burton learned that Harry did not come to the office even when it was known that he had returned to London from Clavering. And she also learned at last that the young men in the office were connecting Harry Clavering's name with that of a rich and noble widow, Lady Ongar. Then Mrs. Burton wrote to her son Theodore, as Florence had written to Theodore's wife. Mrs. Burton, though she had loved Harry dearly, and had perhaps in many respects liked him better than any of her sons-in-law, had nevertheless felt some misgivings from the first. Florence was brighter, better educated, and cleverer than her elder sisters, and therefore, when it had come to pass that she was asked in marriage by a man somewhat higher in rank and softer in manners than they who had married her sisters, there had seemed to be some reason for the change. But Mrs. Burton had felt that it was a ground for apprehension. High rank and soft manners may not always belong to a true heart. At first she was unwilling to hint this caution even to herself, but at last, as her suspicions grew, she spoke the words very frequently, not only to herself, but also to her husband. Why, oh why, had she let into her house any man differing in mode of life from those whom she had known to be honest and good? How would her grey hairs be made to go in sorrow to the grave, if after all her old prudence and all her old success, her last pet lamb should be returned to the mother's side, ill-used, maimed, and blighted? Theodore Burton, when he received his mother's letter, had not seen Harry since his return from Clavering. He had been inclined to be very angry with him for his long and unannounced absence from the office. "He will do no good," he had said to his wife. "He does not know what real work means." But his anger turned to disgust as regarded Harry, and almost to despair as regarded his sister, when Harry had been a week in town and yet had not shown himself at the Adelphi. But at this time Theodore Burton had heard no word of Lady Ongar, though the clerks in the office had that name daily in their mouths. "Cannot you go to him, Theodore?" said his wife. "It is very easy to say go to him," he replied. "If I made it my business I could of course go to him, and no doubt find him if I was determined to do so. But what more could I do? I can lead a horse to the water, but I cannot make him drink." "You could speak to him of Florence." "That is such a woman's idea," said the husband. "When every proper incentive to duty and ambition has failed him, he is to be brought into the right way by the mention of a girl's name." "May I see him?" Cecilia urged. "Yes, if you can catch him, but I do not advise you to try." After that came the two letters for the husband and the wife, each of which was shown to the other, and then for the first time did either of them receive the idea that Lady Ongar with her fortune might be a cause of misery to their sister. "I don't believe a word of it," said Cecilia, whose cheeks were burning, half with shame and half with anger. Harry had been such a pet with her, had already been taken so closely to her heart as a brother. "I should not have suspected him of that kind of baseness," said Theodore very slowly. "He is not base," said Cecilia. "He may be idle and foolish, but he is not base." "I must at any rate go after him now," said Theodore. "I don't believe this. I won't believe it. I do not believe it. But if it should be true!" "Oh, Theodore!" "I do not think it is true. It is not the kind of weakness I have seen in him. He is weak and vain, but I should have said that he was true." "I am sure he is true." "I think so. I cannot say more than that I think so." "You will write to your mother?" "Yes." "And may I ask Florence to come up? Is it not always better that people should be near to each other when they are engaged?" "You can ask her if you like. I doubt whether she will come." "She will come if she thinks that anything is amiss with him." Cecilia wrote immediately to Florence, pressing her invitation in the strongest terms that she could use. "I tell you the whole truth," she said. "We have not seen him, and this of course has troubled us very greatly. I feel quite sure he would come to us if you were here, and this I think should bring you, if no other consideration does so. Theodore imagines that he has become simply idle, and that he is ashamed to show himself here because of that. It may be that he has some trouble with reference to his own home, of which we know nothing. But if he has any such trouble, you ought to be made aware of it, and I feel sure he would tell you if you were here." Much more she said, arguing in the same way, and pressing Florence to come to London. Mr. Burton did not at once send a reply to his mother, but he wrote the following note to Harry: Adelphi, May, 1860. My dear Clavering, I have been very sorry to notice your continued absence from the office, and both Cecilia and I have been very sorry that you have discontinued coming to us. But I should not have written to you on this matter, not wishing to interfere in your own concerns, had I not desired to see you specially with reference to my sister. As I have that to say to you concerning her which I can hardly write, will you make an appointment with me here, or at my house? Or if you cannot do that, will you say when I shall find you at home? If you will come and dine with us, we shall like that best, and leave you to name an early day, to-morrow, or the next day, or the day after. Very truly yours, Theodore Burton. When Cecilia's letter reached Stratton, and another post came without any letter from Harry, poor Florence's heart sank low in her bosom. "Well, my dear?" said Mrs. Burton, who watched her daughter anxiously while she was reading the letter. Mrs. Burton had not told Florence of her own letter to her son, and now, having herself received no answer, looked to obtain some reply from that which her daughter-in-law had sent. "Cecilia wants me to go to London," said Florence. "Is there anything the matter that you should go just now?" "Not exactly the matter, mamma, but you can see the letter." Mrs. Burton read it slowly, and felt sure that much was the matter. She knew that Cecilia would have written in that strain only under the influence of some great alarm. At first she was disposed to think that she herself would go to London. She was eager to know the truth, eager to utter her loud maternal bleatings if any wrong were threatened to her lamb. Florence might go with her, but she longed herself to be on the field of action. She felt that she could almost annihilate any man by her words and looks who would dare to ill-treat a girl of hers. "Well, mamma, what do you think?" "I don't know yet, my dear. I will speak to your papa before dinner." But as Mrs. Burton had been usually autocratic in the management of her own daughters, Florence was aware that her mother simply required a little time before she made up her mind. "It is not that I want to go to London for the pleasure of it, mamma." "I know that, my dear." "Nor yet merely to see him, though of course I do long to see him." "Of course you do. Why shouldn't you?" "But Cecilia is so very prudent, and she thinks that it will be better, and she would not have pressed it unless Theodore had thought so too." "I thought Theodore would have written to me." "But he writes so seldom. I expected a letter from him now, as I had written to him." "About Harry, do you mean?" "Well, yes. I did not mention it, as I was aware I might make you uneasy, but I saw that you were unhappy at not hearing from him." "Oh, mamma, do let me go." "Of course you shall go if you wish it, but let me speak to papa before anything is quite decided." Mrs. Burton did speak to her husband, and it was arranged that Florence should go up to Onslow Crescent. But Mrs. Burton, though she had been always autocratic about her unmarried daughters, had never been autocratic about herself. When she hinted that she also might go, she saw that the scheme was not approved, and she at once abandoned it. "It would look as if we were all afraid," said Mr. Burton. "And after all, what does it come to? A young gentleman does not write to his sweetheart for 2 or 3 weeks. I used to think myself the best lover in the world if I wrote once a month." "There was no penny post then, Mr. Burton." "And I often wish there was none now," said Mr. Burton. That matter was therefore decided, and Florence wrote back to her sister-in-law saying that she would go up to London on the 3rd day from that. In the meantime Harry Clavering and Theodore Burton had met. Has it ever been the lot of any unmarried male reader of these pages to pass 3 or 4 days in London without anything to do, to have to get through them by himself, and to have that burden on his shoulder, with the additional burden of some terrible wearing misery, away from which there seems to be no road, and out of which there is apparently no escape? That was Harry Clavering's condition for some few days after the evening which he last passed in the company of Lady Ongar. And I will ask any such unmarried man whether, in such a plight, there was for him any other alternative but to wish himself dead. In such a condition a man can simply walk the streets by himself, and declare to himself that everything is bad and rotten and vile and worthless. He wishes himself dead, and calculates the different advantages of prussic acid and pistols. He may the while take his meals very punctually at his club, may smoke his cigars, and drink his bitter beer, or brandy and water, but he is all the time wishing himself dead, and making that calculation as to the best way of achieving that desirable result. Such was Harry Clavering's condition now. As for his office, the doors of that place were absolutely closed against him by the presence of Theodore Burton. When he attempted to read, he could not understand a word, or sit for 10 minutes with a book in his hand. No occupation was possible to him. He longed to go again to Bolton Street, but he did not even do that. If there, he could act only as though Florence had been deserted forever, and if he so acted, he would be infamous for life. And yet he had sworn to Julia that such was his intention. He hardly dared to ask himself which of the two he loved. The misery of it all had become so heavy upon him that he could take no pleasure in the thought of his love. It must always be all regret, all sorrow, and all remorse. Then there came upon him the letter from Theodore Burton, and he knew that it was necessary that he should see the writer. Nothing could be more disagreeable than such an interview, but he could not allow himself to be guilty of the cowardice of declining it. Of a personal quarrel with Burton he was not afraid. He felt indeed that he might almost find relief in the capability of being himself angry with any one, but he must positively make up his mind before such an interview. He must devote himself either to Florence or to Julia, and he did not know how to abandon the one or the other. He had allowed himself to be so governed by impulse that he had pledged himself to Lady Ongar, and had sworn to her that he would be entirely hers. She, it is true, had not taken him altogether at his word, but not the less did he know, did he think that he knew, that she looked for the performance of his promise, and she had been the first that he had sworn to love. In his dilemma he did at last go to Bolton Street, and there found that Lady Ongar had left town for 3 or 4 days. The servant said that she had gone, he believed, to the Isle of Wight, and that Madame Gordeloup had gone with her. She was to be back in town early the following week. This was on a Thursday, and he was aware that he could not postpone his interview with Burton till after Julia's return. So he went to his club, and nailing himself as it were to the writing table, made an appointment for the following morning. He would be with Burton at the Adelphi at 12 o'clock. He had been in trouble, he said, and that trouble had kept him from the office and from Onslow Crescent. Having written this, he sent it off, and then played billiards, and smoked, and dined, played more billiards, and smoked, and drank, till the usual hours of the night had come. He was not a man who liked such things. He had not become what he was by passing his earlier years after this fashion. But his misery required excitement, and billiards with tobacco were better than the desolation of solitude. On the following morning he did not breakfast till near 11. Why should he get up as long as it was possible to obtain the relief which was to be had from dozing? As far as possible he would not think of the matter till he had put his hat upon his head to go to the Adelphi. But the time for taking his hat soon came, and he started on his short journey. But even as he walked he could not think of it. He was purposeless as a ship without a rudder, telling himself that he could only go as the winds might direct him. How did he hate himself for his one weakness, and yet he hardly made an effort to overcome it. On one point only did he seem to have a resolve. If Burton attempted to use with him anything like a threat, he would instantly resent it. Punctually at 12 he walked into the outer office, and was told that Mr. Burton was in his room. "Hallo, Clavering," said Walliker, who was standing with his back to the fire. "I thought we had lost you for good and all, and here you are come back again." Harry had always disliked this man, and now hated him worse than ever. "Yes, I am here," said he, "for a few minutes, but I believe I need not trouble you." "All right, old fellow," said Walliker, and then Harry passed through into the inner room. "I am very glad to see you, Harry," said Burton, rising and giving his hand cordially to Clavering. "And I'm sorry to hear that you have been in trouble. Is it anything in which we can help you?" "I hope Mrs. Burton is well?" said Harry, hesitating. "Pretty well." "And the children?" "Quite well. They say you are a very bad fellow not to go and see them." "I believe I am a bad fellow," said Harry. "Sit down, Harry. It will be best to come at the point at once, will it not? Is there anything wrong between you and Florence?" "What do you mean by wrong?" "I should call it very wrong, hideously wrong, if, after all that has passed between you, there should now be any doubt as to your affection for each other. If such doubt were now to arise with her, I should almost disown my sister." "You will never have to blush for her." "I think not. I thank God that hitherto there have been no such blushes among us, and I hope, Harry, that my heart may never have to bleed for her. Come, Harry, let me tell you all at once like an honest man. I hate subterfuges and secrets. A report has reached the old people at home, not Florence, mind, that you are untrue to Florence, and are passing your time with that lady who is the sister of your cousin's wife." "What right have they to ask how I pass my time?" "Do not be unjust, Harry. If you simply tell me that your visits to that lady imply no evil to my sister, I, knowing you to be a gentleman, will take your word for all that it can mean." He paused, and Harry hesitated and could not answer. "Nay, dear friend, brother as we both of us have thought you, come once more to Onslow Crescent, and kiss the bairns, and kiss Cecilia too, and sit with us at our table, and talk as you used to do, and I will ask no further question, nor will she. Then you will come back here to your work, and your trouble will be gone, and your mind will be at ease. And Harry, one of the best girls that ever gave her heart into a man's keeping, will be there to worship you, and to swear when your back is turned that any one who says a word against you shall be no brother and no sister and no friend of hers." And this was the man who had dusted his boots with his pocket handkerchief, and whom Harry had regarded as being, on that account, hardly fit to be his friend. He knew that the man was noble and good, and generous and true, and knew also that in all that Burton said he simply did his duty as a brother, but not on that account was it the easier for him to reply. "Say that you will come to us this evening," said Burton. "Even if you have an engagement, put it off." "I have none," said Harry. "Then say that you will come to us, and all will be well." Harry understood, of course, that his compliance with this invitation would be taken as implying that all was right. It would be so easy to accept the invitation, and any other answer was so difficult. But yet he would not bring himself to tell the lie. "Burton," he said, "I am in trouble." "What is the trouble?" The man's voice was now changed, and so was the glance of his eye. There was no expression of anger, none as yet, but the sweetness of his countenance was gone, a sweetness that was unusual to him, but which still was at his command when he needed it. "I cannot tell you all here. If you will let me come to you this evening, I will tell you everything, you and to Cecilia too. Will you let me come?" "Certainly. Will you dine with us?" "No. After dinner, when the children are in bed." Then he went, leaving on the mind of Theodore Burton an impression that though something was much amiss, his mother had been wrong in her fears respecting Lady Ongar. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31. Freshwater Gate. Count Pateroff, Sophie's brother, was a man who, when he had taken a thing in hand, generally liked to carry it through. It may perhaps be said that most men are of this turn of mind, but the Count was, I think, especially eager in this respect. And as he was not one who had many irons in the fire, who made either many little efforts or any great efforts after things altogether beyond his reach, he was justified in expecting success. As to Archie's courtship, any one who really knew the man and the woman, and who knew anything of the nature of women in general, would have predicted failure for him. Even with Doodle's aid he could not have a chance in the race. But when Count Pateroff entered himself for the same prize, Those who knew him would not speak of his failure as a thing certain. The prize was too great not to be attempted by so very prudent a gentleman. He was less impulsive in his nature than his sister, and did not open his eyes and talk with watering mouth of the 7,000 of pounds a year. But in his quiet way he had weighed and calculated all the advantages to be gained, had even ascertained at what rate he could insure the lady's life, and had made himself certain that nothing in the deed of Lord Ongar's marriage settlement entailed any pecuniary penalty on his widow's second marriage. Then he had gone down, as we know, to Ongar Park, and as he had walked from the lodge to the house and back again, he had looked around him complacently, and told himself that the place would do very well. For the English character, in spite of the pig-headedness of many Englishmen, he had, as he would have said himself, much admiration, and he thought that the life of a country gentleman, with a nice place of his own, with such a very nice place of his own as was Ongar Park, and so very nice an income, would suit him well in his declining years. And he had certain advantages, certain aids toward his object, which had come to him from circumstances, as indeed he had also certain disadvantages. He knew the lady, which was in itself much. He knew much of the lady's history, and had that cognizance of the saddest circumstances of her life, which in itself creates an intimacy. It is not necessary now to go back to those scenes which had disfigured the last months of Lord Ongar's life, but the reader will understand that what had then occurred gave the Count a possible footing as a suitor. And the reader will also understand the disadvantages which had at this time already shown themselves in the lady's refusal to see the Count. It may be thought that Sophie's standing with Lady Ongar would be a great advantage to her brother, but I doubt whether the brother trusted either the honesty or the discretion of his sister. He would have been willing to purchase such assistance as she might give, not in Archie's pleasant way, with bank-notes hidden under his glove, but by acknowledgments for services to be turned into solid remuneration when the marriage should have taken place, had he not feared that Sophie might communicate the fact of such acknowledgments to the other lady, making her own bargain in doing so. He had calculated all this, and had come to the conclusion that he had better make no direct proposal to Sophie. And when Sophie made a direct proposal to him, pointing out to him in glowing language all of the fine things which such a marriage would give him, he had hardly vouchsafed to her a word of answer. "Very well," said Sophie to herself, "very well, then we both know what we are about." Sophie herself would have kept Lady Ongar from marrying any one had she been able. Not even a brother's gratitude would be so serviceable to her as the generous kindness of a devoted friend. That she might be able both to sell her services to a lover and also to keep Julie from marrying was the lucky combination of circumstances which did not occur to her till Archie came to her with the money in his glove. That complicated game she was now playing, and was aware that Harry Clavering was the greatest stumbling block in her way. A woman even less clever than Sophie would have perceived that Lady Ongar was violently attached to Harry, and Sophie, when she did see it, thought that there was nothing left for her but to make her hay while the sun was yet shining. Then she heard the story of Florence Burton, and again she thought that fortune was on her side. She told the story of Florence Burton, with what result we know, and was quite sharp enough to perceive afterward that the tale had had its intended effect, even though her Julie had resolutely declined to speak either of Harry Clavering or of Florence Burton. Count Pateroff had again called in Bolton Street, and had again been refused admittance. It was plain to him to see by the servant's manner that it was intended that he should understand that he was not to be admitted. Under such circumstances, it was necessary that he must either abandon his pursuit, or that he must operate upon Lady Ongar through some other feeling than her personal regard for himself. He might, perhaps, have trusted much to his own eloquence if he could have seen her. But how is a man to be eloquent in his wooing if he cannot see the lady whom he covets? There is, indeed, the penny post, but in these days of legal restraints there is no other method of approaching an unwilling beauty. Forcible abduction is put to an end as regards Great Britain and Ireland, so the Count had resort to the post. His letter was very long, and shall not, therefore, be given to the reader. He began by telling Lady Ongar that she owed it to him for the good services he had done her, to read what he might say, and to answer him. He then gave her various reasons why she should see him, pleading, among other things, in language which she could understand, though the words were purposely as ambiguous as they could be made, that he had possessed, and did possess, the power of doing her a grievous injury, and that he had abstained, and hoped that he might be able to abstain for the future. She knew that the words contained no threat, that taken literally they were the reverse of a threat, and amounted to a promise, but she understood also that he had intended to imply. Long as his own letter was, he said nothing in it as to his suit, confining himself to a request that she should see him. But with his letter he sent her an enclosure longer than the letter itself, in which his wishes were clearly explained. This enclosure purported to be an expression of Lord Ongar's wishes on many subjects, as they had been communicated to Count Pateroff in the latter days of the lord's life. But as the manuscript was altogether in the Count's writing, and did not even pretend to have been subjected to Lord Ongar's eye, it simply amounted to the Count's own story of their alleged conversations. There might have been no such conversations, or their tenor might have been very different from that which the Count represented, or the statements and opinions, if expressed at all by Lord Ongar, might have been expressed at times when no statements or opinions coming from him could be of any value. But as to these conversations, if they could have been verified as having come from Lord Ongar's mouth when he was in full possession of such faculties as he possessed, all that would have amounted to nothing with Lady Ongar. To Lord Ongar alive she had owed obedience, and had been obedient. To Lord Ongar dead she owed no obedience, and would not be obedient. Such would have been her feelings as to any document which could have reached her, purporting to contain Lord Ongar's wishes. But this document was of a nature which made her specially antagonistic to the exercise of any such marital authority from the grave. It was very long, and went into small details which were very small. But the upshot of it all was a tendering of great thanks to Count Pateroff, and the expression of a strong wish that the Count should marry his widow. O said that this would be the only thing for J.'s name. O said that this would be the safest course for his own honour. O said, as he took my hand, that in promising to take this step I gave him great comfort. O commissioned me to speak to J. in his name to this effect. The O was, of course, Lord Ongar, and the J was, of course, Julia. It was all in French, and went on in the same strain for many pages. Lady Ongar answered the letter as follows. Lady Ongar presents her compliments to Count Pateroff, and begs to return the enclosed manuscript, which is, to her, perfectly valueless. Lady Ongar must still decline, and now more strongly than before, to receive Count Pateroff. Bolton Street, May, 186. She was quite firm as she did this, but she had no doubt at all on the matter. She did not feel that she wanted to ask for any advice. But she did feel that this Count might still work her additional woe, that her cup of sorrow might not even yet be full, and that she was sadly in want of love and protection. For aught she knew, the Count might publish the whole statement, and people might believe that those words came from her husband, and that her husband had understood what would be best for her fame and for his honour. The whole thing was a threat, and not to save herself from any misery would she have succumbed to a menace, but still it was possible that the threat might be carried out. She was sorely in want of love and protection. At this time, when the Count's letter reached her, Harry had been with her, and we know what had passed between them. She had bid him go to Florence, and love Florence, and marry Florence, and leave her in her desolation. That had been her last command to him. But we all know what such commands mean. She had not been false in giving him these orders. She had intended it at the moment. The glow of self-sacrifice had been warm in her bosom, and she had resolved to do without that which she wanted, in order that another might have it. But when she thought of it afterward in her loneliness, she told herself that Florence Burton could not want Harry's love as she wanted it. There could not be such need to this girl, who possessed father and mother, and brothers, and youth, as there was to her, who had no other arm on which she could lean, beside that of the one man for whom she had acknowledged her love, and who had also declared his passion for her. She made no scheme to deprive Florence of her lover. In the long hours of her own solitude she never revoked, even within her own bosom, the last words she had said to Harry Clavering. But not the less did she hope that he might come to her again, and that she might learn from him that he had freed himself from that unfortunate engagement into which her falseness to him had driven him. It was after she had answered Count Pateroff's letter that she resolved to go out of town for 3 or 4 days. For some short time she had been minded to go away altogether, and not to return till after the autumn. But this scheme gradually diminished itself and fell away, till she determined that she would come back after 3 or 4 days. Then came to her Sophie, her devoted Sophie, Sophie whom she despised and hated, Sophie of whom she was so anxious to rid herself that in all her plans there was some little underplot to that effect. Sophie whom she knew to be dishonest to her in any way that might make dishonesty profitable, and before Sophie had left her, Sophie had engaged herself to go with her dear friend to the Isle of Wight. As a matter of course, Sophie was to be franked on this expedition. On such expeditions Sophies are always franked, as a matter of course. And Sophie would travel with all imaginable luxury, a matter to which Sophie was by no means indifferent, though her own private life was conducted with an economy that was not luxurious. But, although all these good things came in Sophie's way, she contrived to make it appear that she was devoting herself in a manner that was almost sacrificial to the friend of her bosom. At the same time Lady Ongar sent a few words, as a message, to the Count by his sister. Lady Ongar, having told to Madame Gordeloup the story of the document which had reached her, and having described her own answer, was much commended by her friend. "You are quite right, dear, quite. Of course I am fond of my brother. Edward and I have always been the best of friends. But that does not make me think you ought to give yourself to him. Bah! Why should a woman give away everything? Edward is a fine fellow, but what is that? Fine fellows like to have all the money themselves." "Will you tell him, from me," said Lady Ongar, "that I will take it as a kindness on his part if he will abstain from coming to my house? I certainly shall not see him with my own consent." Sophie promised, and probably gave the message, but when she also informed Edward of Lady Ongar's intended visit to the Isle of Wight, telling him the day on which they were going, and the precise spot, with the name of the hotel at which they were going to stay, she went a little beyond the commission which her dearest friend had given her. At the western end of the Isle of Wight, and on the further shore, about 3 miles from the point of the island which we call the Needles, there is a little break in the cliff, known to all the stay-at-home English travellers as Freshwater Gate. Here there is a cluster of cottages, and 2 inns, and a few bathing boxes, and ready access by easy ascents to the breezy downs on either side, over which the sea air blows with all its salt and wholesome sweetness. At one of these 2 inns Lady Ongar located herself and Sophie, and all Freshwater, and all Yarmouth, and all that end of the island were alive to the fact that the rich widowed countess respecting whom such strange tales were told had come on a visit to these parts. Innkeepers liked such visitors. The more venomous are the stories told against them, the more money they are apt to spend, and the less likely they are to examine their bills. A rich woman altogether without a character is a mine of wealth to an innkeeper. In the present case no such godsend had come in the way, but there was supposed to be something a little odd, and the visitor was on that account the more welcome. Sophie was not the most delightful companion in the world for such a place. London was her sphere, as she herself had understood when declaiming against those husbands who keep their wives in the country, and she had no love for the sea specially, regarding all winds as nuisances, excepting such as had been raised by her own efforts, and thinking that salt from a salt cellar was more convenient than that brought to her on the breezes. It was now near the end of May, but she had not been half an hour at the inn before she was loud in demanding a fire, and when the fire came she was unwilling to leave it. Her gesture was magnificent when Lady Ongar proposed to her that she should bathe. What, put her own dear little dry body, by her own will, into the cold sea? She shrugged herself, and shook herself, and without speaking a word, declined with so much eloquence that it was impossible not to admire her. Nor would she walk. On the first day, during the warmest part of the day, she allowed herself to be taken out in a carriage belonging to the inn. But after her drive she clung to the fire, and consumed her time with a French novel. Nor was Lady Ongar much more comfortable in the Isle of Wight than she had been in London. The old poet told us how Black Care sits behind the horseman, and some modern poet will some day describe to us that terrible goddess as she takes her place with the stoker close to the fire of the locomotive engine. Sitting with Sophie opposite to her, Lady Ongar was not happy, even though her eye rested on the lines of that magnificent coast. Once, indeed, on the evening of their first day, Sophie left her, and she was alone for nearly an hour. Ah, how happy she could have been if Harry Clavering might have been there with her. Perhaps a day might come in which Harry might bring her there. In such a case, Atre Cura would be left behind, and then she might be altogether happy. She sat dreaming of this for above an hour, and Sophie was still away. When Sophie returned, which she did all too soon, she explained that she had been in her bedroom. She had been very busy, and now had come down to make herself comfortable. On the next evening Lady Ongar declared her intention of going up on the Downs by herself. They had dined at 5, so that she might have a long evening, and soon after 6 she started. "If I do not break down, I will get as far as the Needles," she said. Sophie, who had heard that the distance was 3 miles, lifted up her hands in despair. "If you are not back before 9, I shall send the people after you." Consenting to this with a laugh, Lady Ongar made her way up to the Downs, and walked steadily on toward the extreme point of the island. To the Needles themselves she did not make her way. These rocks are now approached, as all the stay-at-home travellers know, through a fort, and down to the fort she did not go. But turning a little from the highest point of the hill toward the cliffs on her left hand, she descended till she reached a spot from which she could look down on the pebbly beach lying some 300 feet below her, and on the soft shining ripple of the quiet waters as they moved themselves with a pleasant sound on the long strand which lay stretched in a line from the spot beneath her out to the point of the island. The evening was warm, and was almost transparent in its clearness, and very quiet. There was no sound even of a breeze. When she seated herself close upon the margin of the cliff, she heard the small waves moving the stones which they washed, and the sound was as the sound of little children's voices, very distant. Looking down, she could see through the wonderful transparency of the water, and the pebbles below it were bright as diamonds, and the sands were burnished like gold, and each tiny silent wavelet as it moved up toward the shore and lost itself at last in its own effort, stretched itself the whole length of the strand. Such brightness on the seashore she had never seen before, nor had she ever listened as now she listened to that infantine babble of the baby waves. She sat there close upon the margin, on a seat of chalk which the winds had made, looking, listening, and forgetting for a while that she was Lady Ongar, whom people did not know, who lived alone in the world with Sophie Gordeloup for her friend, and whose lover was betrothed to another woman. She had been there perhaps half an hour, and had learned to be at home on her perch, sitting there in comfort, with no desire to move, when a voice, which she knew well at the first sound, startled her, and she rose quickly to her feet. "Lady Ongar," said the voice, "are you not rather near the edge?" As she turned round, there was Count Pateroff with his hand already upon her dress, so that no danger might be produced by the suddenness of his speech. "There is nothing to fear," she said, stepping back from her seat. As she did so, he dropped his hand from her dress, and, raising it to his head, lifted his hat from his forehead. "You will excuse me, I hope, Lady Ongar," he said, "for having taken this mode of speaking to you." "I certainly shall not excuse you, nor, further than I can help it, shall I listen to you." "There are a few words which I must say." "Count Pateroff, I beg that you will leave me. This is treacherous and unmanly, and can do you no good. By what right do you follow me here?" "I follow you for your own good, Lady Ongar. I do it that you may hear me say a few words that are necessary for you to hear." "I will hear no words from you, that is, none willingly. By this time you ought to know me and to understand me." She had begun to walk up the hill very rapidly, and for a moment or two he had thought that she would escape him. But her breath had soon failed her, and she found herself compelled to stand while he regained his place beside her. This he had not done without an effort, and for some minutes they were both silent. "It is very beautiful," at last he said, pointing away over the sea. "Yes, it is very beautiful," she answered. "Why did you disturb me when I was so happy?" But the count was still recovering his breath, and made no answer to this question. When, however, she attempted to move on again, still breasting the hill, he put his hand upon her arm very gently. "Lady Ongar," he said, "you must listen to me for a moment. Why not do it without a quarrel?" "If you mean that I cannot escape from you, it is true enough." "Why should you want to escape? Did I ever hurt you? Before this, have I not protected you from injury?" "No, never. You protect me?" "Yes, I. From your husband, from yourself, and from the world. You do not know, not yet, all that I have done for you. Did you read what Lord Ongar had said?" "I read what it pleased you to write." "What it pleased me? Do you pretend to think that Lord Ongar did not speak as he speaks there? Do you not know that those were his own words? Do you not recognize them? Ah, yes, Lady Ongar, you know them to be true. Their truth or falsehood is nothing to me. They are altogether indifferent to me either way." "That would be very well if it were possible, but it is not. There, now we are at the top, and it will be easier. Will you let me have the honour to offer you my arm?" "No? Be it so. But I think you would walk the easier. It would not be for the first time." "That is a falsehood." As she spoke she stepped before him, and looked into his face with eyes full of passion. "That is a positive falsehood. I never walked with a hand resting on your arm." There came over his face the pleasantest smile as he answered her. "You forget everything," he said, "everything. But it does not matter. Other people will not forget. Julie, you had better take me for your husband. You will be better as my wife, and happier than you can be otherwise. Look down there, Count Pateroff, down to the edge. If my misery is too great to be borne, I can escape from it there on better terms than you propose me." "Ah, that is what we call poetry. Poetry is very pretty, and in saying this as you do, you make yourself divine. But to be dashed over the cliffs and broken on the rocks, in prose, is not so well. Sir, will you allow me to pass on while you remain, or will you let me rest here while you return alone?" "No, Julie, not so. I have found you with too much difficulty. In London, you see, I could not find you. Here, for a minute, you must listen to me. Do you not know, Julie, that your character is in my hands?" "In your hands? No, never. Thank God, never. But what if it were?" "Only this, that I am forced to play the only game that you leave open to me. Chance brought you and me together in such a way that nothing but marriage can be beneficial to either of us. and I swore to Lord Ongar that it should be so. I mean that it shall be so, or that you shall be punished for your misconduct to him and to me. You are both insolent and false. But listen to me, since you are here and I cannot avoid you. I know what your threats mean. I have never threatened you. I have promised you my aid, but have used no threats. Not when you tell me that I shall be punished. But to avoid no punishment, if any be in your power, will I ever willingly place myself in your company. You may write to me what papers you please, and repeat of me whatever stories you may choose to fabricate, but you will not frighten me into compliance by doing so. I have, at any rate, spirit enough to resist such attempts as that. As you are living at present, you are alone in the world. And I am content to remain alone. You are thinking, then, of no second marriage? If I were, does that concern you? But I will speak no further word to you. If you follow me into the inn, or persecute me further by forcing yourself upon me, I will put myself under the protection of the police. Having said this, she walked on as quickly as her strength would permit, while he walked by her side, urging upon her his old arguments as to Lord Ongar's expressed wishes, as to his own efforts on her behalf, and at last as to the strong affection with which he regarded her. But she kept her promise, and said not a word in answer to it all. For more than an hour they walked side by side, and during the greater part of that time not a syllable escaped from her. From moment to moment she kept her eye warily on him, fearing that he might take her by the arm, or attempt some violence with her. But he was too wise for this, and too fully conscious that no such proceeding on his part could be of any service to him. He continued, however, to speak to her words which she could not avoid hearing, hoping rather than thinking that he might at last frighten her by a description of all the evil which it was within his power to do her. But in acting thus he showed that he knew nothing of her character. She was not a woman whom any prospect of evil could possibly frighten into a distasteful marriage. Within a few hundred yards of the hotel there is another fort, and at this point the path taken by Lady Ongar led into the private grounds of the inn at which she was staying. Here the Count left her, raising his hat as he did so, and saying that he hoped to see her again before she left the island. "If you do so," said she, "it shall be in presence of those who can protect me." And so they parted. End of chapter 31. Recording by Roxana Nazari. The Claverings, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 32. What Cecilia Burton did for her sister-in-law. As soon as Harry Clavering had made his promise to Mr. Burton, and had declared that he would be in Onslow Crescent that same evening, he went away from the offices at the Adelphi, feeling it to be quite impossible that he should recommence his work there at that moment, even should it be within his power to do so. Nor did Burton expect that he should stay. He understood, from what had passed, much of Harry's trouble, if not the whole of it, and though he did not despair on behalf of his sister, he was aware that her lover had fallen into a difficulty from which he could not extricate himself without great suffering and much struggling. But Burton was a man who, in spite of something cynical on the surface of his character, believed well of mankind generally, and well also of men as individuals. Even though Harry had done amiss, he might be saved. And though Harry's conduct to Florence might have been bad, nay, might have been false, still, as Burton believed, he was too good to be cast aside, or spurned out of the way, without some further attempt to save him. When Clavering had left him, Burton went back to his work, and after a while succeeded in riveting his mind on the papers before him. It was a hard struggle with him, but he did it, and did not leave his business till his usual hour. It was past 5 when he took down his hat and his umbrella, and, as I fear, dusted his boots before he passed out of the office on to the passage. As he went he gave sundry directions to porters and clerks, as was his wont, and then walked off intent upon his usual exercise before he should reach his home. But he had to determine on much with reference to Florence and Harry before he saw his wife. How was the meeting of the evening to take place, and in what way should it be commenced? If there were indispensable cause for his anger, in what way should he show it? And if necessity for vengeance, how should his sister be avenged? There is nothing more difficult for a man than the redressing of injuries done to a woman who is very near to him and very dear to him. The whole theory of Christian meekness and forgiveness becomes broken to pieces and falls to the ground, almost as an absurd theory, even at the idea of such wrong. What man ever forgave an insult to his wife or an injury to his sister, because he had taught himself that to forgive trespasses is a religious duty? Without an argument, without a moment's thought, the man declares to himself that such trespasses as those are not included in the general order. But what is he to do? 30 years since his course was easy, and unless the sinner were a clergyman, he could in some sort satisfy his craving for vengeance by taking a pistol in his hand and having a shot at the offender. That method was doubtless barbarous and unreasonable, but it was satisfactory and sufficed. But what can he do now? A thoughtful, prudent, painstaking man, such as was Theodore Burton, feels that it is not given to him to attack another with his fists, to fly at his enemy's throat, and carry out his purpose after the manner of dogs. Such a one has probably something round his heart which tells him that if so attacked he could defend himself, but he knows that he has no aptitude for making such onslaught, and is conscious that such deeds of arms would be unbecoming to him. In many, perhaps in most of such cases, he may, if he pleases, have recourse to the laws. But any aid that the law can give him is altogether distasteful to him. The name of her that is so dear to him should be kept quiet as the grave under such misfortune, not blazoned through 10,000 columns for the amusement of all the crowd. There is nothing left for him but to spurn the man, not with his foot but with his thoughts, and the bitter consciousness that to such spurning the sinner will be indifferent. The old way was barbarous certainly, and unreasonable, but there was a satisfaction in it that has been often wanting since the use of pistols went out of fashion among us. All this passed through Burton's mind as he walked home. One would not have supposed him to be a man eager for bloodshed. He with a wife whom he deemed to be perfect, with children who in his eyes were gracious as young gods, with all his daily work which he loved as good workers always do. But yet, as he thought of Florence, as he thought of the possibility of treachery on Harry's part, he regarded almost with dismay the conclusion to which he was forced to come, that there could be no punishment. He might proclaim the offender to the world as false, and the world would laugh at the proclaimer, and shake hands with the offender. To sit together with such a man on a barrel of powder, or fight him over a handkerchief, seemed to him to be reasonable, nay salutary, under such a grievance. There are sins, he felt, which the gods should punish with instant thunderbolts, and such sins as this were of such a nature. His Florence, pure, good, loving, true, herself totally void of all suspicion, faultless in heart as well as mind, the flower of that Burton flock which had prospered so well, that she should be sacrificed through the treachery of a man who, at his best, had scarcely been worthy of her. The thought of this was almost too much for him, and he gnashed his teeth as he went on his way. But yet he had not given up the man. Though he could not restrain himself from foreshadowing the misery that would result from such baseness, yet he told himself that he would not condemn before condemnation was necessary. Harry Clavering might not be good enough for Florence. What man was good enough for Florence? But still, if married, Harry, he thought, would not make a bad husband. Many a man who is prone enough to escape from the bonds which he has undertaken to endure, to escape from them before they are riveted, is mild enough under their endurance when they are once fastened upon him. Harry Clavering was not of such a nature that Burton could tell himself that it would be well that his sister should escape, even though her way of escape must lie through the fire and water of outraged love. That Harry Clavering was a gentleman, that he was clever, that he was by nature affectionate, soft in manner, tender of heart, anxious to please, good-tempered, and of high ambition, Burton knew well. And he partly recognized the fact that Harry had probably fallen into his present fault more by accident than by design. Clavering was not a skilled and practised deceiver. At last, as he drew near to his own door, he resolved on the line of conduct he would pursue. He would tell his wife everything, and she should receive Harry alone. He was weary when he reached home, and was a little cross with his fatigue. Good man as he was apt to be fretful on the first moment of his return to his own house, hot with walking, tired with his day's labour, and in want of his dinner. His wife understood this well, and always bore with him at such moments, coming down to him in the dressing-room behind the back parlour, and ministering to his wants. I fear he took some advantage of her goodness, knowing that at such moments he could grumble and scold without danger of contradiction. But the institution was established, and Cecilia never rebelled against its traditional laws. On the present day he had much to say to her, but even that he could not say without some few symptoms of petulant weariness. "I'm afraid you've had a terribly long day," she said. "I don't know what you call terribly long. I find the days terribly short. I have had Harry with me, as I told you I should." "Well, well, say in one word, dear, that it is all right, if it is so." "But it is not all right. I wonder what on earth the men do to the boots, that I can never get a pair that do not hurt me in walking." At this moment she was standing over him with his slippers. "Will you have a glass of sherry before dinner, dear? You are so tired." "Sherry? No." "And what about Harry? You don't mean to say—" "If you'll listen, I'll tell you what I do mean to say." Then he described to her as well as he could what had really taken place between him and Harry Clavering at the office. "He cannot mean to be false if he is coming here," said the wife. "He does not mean to be false, but he is one of those men who can be false without meaning it, who allow themselves to drift away from their anchors and to be carried out into the seas of misery and trouble because they are not careful in looking to their tackle. I think that he may still be held to a right course, and therefore I have begged him to come here." "I am sure that you are right, Theodore. He is so good and so affectionate, and he made himself so much one of us." "Yes, too easily by half. That is just the danger. But look here, Cissy. I'll tell you what I mean to do. I will not see him myself, at any rate, not at first. Probably I had better not see him at all. You shall talk to him." "By myself?" "Why not? You and he have always been great friends, and he is a man who can speak more openly to a woman than to another man." "And what shall I say as to your absence?" "Just the truth. Tell him that I am remaining in the dining room because I think his task will be easier with you in my absence. He has got himself into some mess with that woman." "With Lady Ongar?" "Yes. Not that her name was mentioned between us, but I suppose it is so." "Horrible woman! Wicked, wretched creature!" "I know nothing about that, nor, as I suppose, do you." "My dear, you must have heard." "But if I had, and I don't know that I have, I need not have believed. I am told that she married an old man who is now dead, and I suppose she wants a young husband." "My dear!" "If I were you, Cissy, I would say as little as might be about her. She was an old friend of Harry's." "She jilted him when he was quite a boy. I know that, long before he had seen our Florence." "And she is connected with him through his cousin. Let her be ever so bad, I should drop that." "You can't suppose, Theodore, that I want even to mention her name. I'm told that nobody ever visits her." "She needn't be a bit the worse on that account. Whenever I hear that there is a woman whom nobody visits, I always feel inclined to go and pay my respects to her." "Theodore, how can you say so?" "And that, I suppose, is just what Harry has done. If the world and his wife had visited Lady Ongar, there would not have been all this trouble now." Mrs. Burton of course undertook the task which her husband assigned to her, though she did so with much nervous trepidation, and many fears lest the desired object should be lost through her own maladroit management. With her there was at least no doubt as to the thing to be done, no hesitation as to the desirability of securing Harry Clavering for the Burton faction. Everything in her mind was to be forgiven to Harry, and he was to be received by them all with open arms and loving caresses, if he would only abandon Lady Ongar altogether. To secure her lover for Florence was Mrs. Burton's single and simple object. She raised no questions now within her own breast as to whether Harry would make a good husband. Any such question as that should have been asked and answered before he had been accepted at Stratton. The thing to be done now was to bring Harry and Florence together, and, since such terrible dangers were intervening, to make them man and wife with as little further delay as might be possible. The name of Lady Ongar was odious to her. When men went astray in matters of love, it was within the power of Cecilia Burton's heart to forgive them, but she could not pardon women that so sinned. This countess had once jilted Harry, and that was enough to secure her condemnation. And since that, what terrible things had been said of her! And dear, uncharitable Cecilia Burton was apt to think, when evil was spoken of women whom she did not know, that there could not be smoke without fire. And now this woman was a widow with a large fortune, and wanted a husband. What business had any widow to want a husband? It is so easy for wives to speak and think after that fashion when they are satisfied with their own ventures. It was arranged that when Harry came to the door, Mrs. Burton should go up alone to the drawing room and receive him there, remaining with her husband in the dining room till he should come. Twice while sitting downstairs after the cloth was gone, she ran upstairs with the avowed purpose of going into the nursery, but in truth that she might see that the room was comfortable, that it looked pretty, and that the chairs were so arranged as to be convenient. The two eldest children were with them in the parlour, and when she started on her second errand, Cissy reminded her that baby would be asleep. Theodore, who understood the little manoeuvre, smiled, but said nothing, and his wife, who in such matters was resolute, went and made her further little changes in the furniture. At last there came a knock at the door, the expected knock, a knock which told something of the hesitating, unhappy mind of him who had rapped, and Mrs. Burton started on her business. "Tell him just simply why you are there alone," said her husband. "Is it Harry Clavering?" Cissy asked, "and mayn't I go?" "It is Harry Clavering," her father said, "and you may not go. Indeed, it is time you went somewhere else." It was Harry Clavering. He had not spent a pleasant day since he had left Mr. Beilby's offices in the morning, and, now that he had come to Onslow Crescent, he did not expect to spend a pleasant evening. When I declare that as yet he had not come to any firm resolution, I fear that he will be held as being too weak for the role of hero even in such pages as these. Perhaps no terms have been so injurious to the profession of the novelist as those two words, hero and heroine. In spite of the latitude which is allowed to the writer in putting his own interpretation upon these words, something heroic is still expected; whereas, if he attempt to paint from nature, how little that is heroic should he describe! How many young men, subjected to the temptations which had befallen Harry Clavering, how many young men whom you, delicate reader, number among your friends, would have come out from them unscathed? A man, you say, delicate reader, a true man can love but one woman, but one at a time. So you say, and are so convinced. But no conviction was ever more false. When a true man has loved with all his heart and all his soul, does he cease to love? Does he cleanse his heart of that passion when circumstances run against him, and he is forced to turn somewhere else for his life's companion? Or is he untrue as a lover in that he does not waste his life in desolation because he has been disappointed? Or does his old love perish and die away because another has crept into his heart? No. The first love, if that was true, is ever there, and should she and he meet after many years, though their heads be grey and their cheeks wrinkled, there will still be a touch of the old passion as their hands meet for a moment. Methinks that love never dies, unless it be murdered by downright ill usage. It may be so murdered, but even ill usage will more often fail than succeed in that enterprise. How, then, could Harry fail to love the woman whom he had loved first, when she returned to him still young, still beautiful, and told him, with all her charms and all her flattery, how her heart stood toward him? But it is not to be thought that I excuse him altogether. A man, though he may love many, should be devoted only to one. The man's feeling to the woman whom he is to marry should be this, that not from love only, but from chivalry, from manhood, and from duty, he will be prepared always, and at all hazards, to defend her from every misadventure, to struggle ever that she may be happy, to see that no wind blows upon her with needless severity, that no ravening wolf of a misery shall come near her, that her path be swept clean for her, as clean as may be, and that her roof tree be made firm upon a rock. There is much of this which is quite independent of love, much of it that may be done without love. This is devotion, and it is this which a man owes to the woman who has once promised to be his wife, and has not forfeited her right. Doubtless Harry Clavering should have remembered this at the first moment of his weakness in Lady Ongar's drawing-room. Doubtless he should have known at once that his duty to Florence made it necessary that he should declare his engagement, even though, in doing so, he might have seemed to caution Lady Ongar on that point on which no woman can endure a caution. But the fault was hers, and the caution was needed. No doubt he should not have returned to Bolton Street. He should not have cozened himself by trusting himself to her assurances of friendship. He should have kept warm his love for the woman to whom his hand was owed, not suffering himself to make comparisons to her injury. He should have been chivalric, manly, full of high duty. He should have been all this, and full also of love, and then he would have been a hero. But men, as I see them, are not often heroic. As he entered the room he saw Mrs. Burton at once, and then looked round quickly for her husband. "Harry," said she, "I am so glad to see you once again." And she gave him her hand, and smiled on him with that sweet look which used to make him feel that it was pleasant to be near her. He took her hand and muttered some word of greeting, and then looked round again for Mr. Burton. "Theodore is not here," she said. "He thought it better that you and I should have a little talk together. He said you would like it best so, but perhaps I ought not to tell you that." "I do like it best so, much best. I can speak to you as I could hardly speak to him." "What is it, Harry, that ails you? What has kept you away from us? Why do you leave poor Flo so long without writing to her? She will be here on Monday. You will come and see her then, or perhaps you will go with me and meet her at the station." "Burton said that she was coming, but I did not understand that it was so soon." "You do not think it too soon, Harry, do you?" "No," said Harry, but his tone belied his assertion. At any rate he had not pretended to display any of a lover's rapture at this prospect of seeing the lady whom he loved. "Sit down, Harry. Why do you stand like that and look so comfortless? Theodore says that you have some trouble at heart. Is it a trouble that you can tell to a friend such as I am?" "It is very hard to tell. Oh, Mrs. Burton, I am broken-hearted. For the last 2 weeks I have wished that I might die." "Do not say that, Harry. That would be wicked." "Wicked or not, it is true. I have been so wretched that I have not known how to hold myself. I could not bring myself to write to Florence." "But why not? You do not mean that you are false to Florence. You cannot mean that. Harry, say at once that it is not so, and I will promise you her forgiveness, Theodore's forgiveness, all our forgiveness for anything else. Oh, Harry, say anything but that." In answer to this, Harry Clavering had nothing to say, but sat with his head resting on his arm and his face turned away from her. "Speak, Harry. If you are a man, say something. Is it so? If it be so, I believe that you will have killed her. Why do you not speak to me? Harry Clavering, tell me what is the truth." Then he told her all his story, not looking her once in the face, not changing his voice, suppressing his emotion till he came to the history of the present days. He described to her how he had loved Julia Brabazon, and how his love had been treated by her, how he had sworn to himself, when he knew that she had in truth become that lord's wife, that for her sake he would keep himself from loving any other woman. Then he spoke of his first days at Stratton, and of his early acquaintance with Florence, and told her how different had been his second love, how it had grown gradually and with no check to his confidence, till he felt sure that the sweet little girl who was so often near him would, if he could win her, be to him a source of joy for all his life. "And so she shall," said Cecilia, with tears running down her cheeks. "She shall do so yet." And he went on with his tale, saying how pleasant it had been for him to find himself at home in Onslow Crescent, how he had joyed in calling her Cecilia, and having her infants in his arms, as though they were already partly belonging to him; and he told her how he had met the young widow at the station, having employed himself on her behalf at her sister's instance, and how cold she had been to him, offending him by her silence and sombre pride. "False woman!" exclaimed Mrs. Burton. "Oh, Cecilia, do not abuse her. Do not say a word till you know all." "I know that she is false," said Mrs. Burton, with vehement indignation. "She is not false," said Harry. "If there be falsehood, it is mine." Then he went on, and said how different she was when next he saw her; how then he understood that her solemn and haughty manner had been almost forced on her by the mode of her return, with no other friend to meet her. "She has deserved no friend," said Mrs. Burton. "You wrong her," said Harry. "You do not know her. If any woman has ever been sinned against, it is she." "But was she not false from the very first, false that she might become rich by marrying a man that she did not love? Will you speak up for her after that? Oh, Harry, think of it." "I will speak up for her," said Harry. And now it seemed for the first time that something of his old boldness had returned to him. "I will speak up for her, although she did as you say, because she has suffered as few women have been made to suffer, and because she has repented in ashes as few women are called on to repent." And now as he warmed with his feeling for her, he uttered his words faster and with less of shame in his voice. He described how he had gone again and again to Bolton Street, thinking no evil, till something of the old feeling had come back upon him. He meant to be true in his story, but I doubt whether he told all the truth. How could he tell it all? How could he confess that the blaze of the woman's womanhood, the flame of her beauty, and the fire engendered by her mingled rank and suffering, had singed him and burned him up, poor moth that he was? "And then at last I learned," said he, that she had loved me more than I had believed." "And is Florence to suffer because she has postponed her love of you to her love of money?" "Mrs. Burton, if you do not understand it now, I do not know that I can tell you more. Florence alone in this matter is altogether good. Lady Ongar has been wrong, and I have been wrong. I sometimes think that Florence is too good for me." "It is for her to say that, if it be necessary." "I have told you all now, and you will know why I have not come to you." "No, Harry, you have not told me all. Have you told that woman that she should be your wife?" To this question he made no immediate answer, and she repeated it. "Tell me, have you told her you would marry her?" "I did tell her so." "And will you keep your word to her?" Harry, as he heard the words, was struck with awe that there should be such vehemence, such anger, in the voice of so gentle a woman as Cecilia Burton. "Answer me, sir. Do you mean to marry this countess?" But still he made no answer. "I do not wonder that you cannot speak," she said. "Oh, Florence! Oh, my darling! My lost, broken-hearted angel!" Then she turned away her face and wept. "Cecilia!" he said, attempting to approach her with his hand, without raising from his chair. "No, sir. When I desired you to call me so, it was because I thought you were to be a brother. I did not think that there could be a thing so weak as you. Perhaps you had better go now, lest you should meet my husband in his wrath, and he should spurn you." But Harry Clavering still sat in his chair, motionless, motionless and without a word. After a while he turned his face towards her, and even in her own misery she was struck by the wretchedness of his countenance. Suddenly she rose quickly from her chair, and coming close to him, threw herself on her knees before him. "Harry," she said, "Harry, it is not yet too late. Be our own Harry again, our dearest Harry. Say that it shall be so. What is this woman to you? What has she done to you, that for her you should throw aside such a one as our Florence? Is she noble and good and pure and spotless as Florence is? Will she love you with such a love as Florence's? Will she believe in you as Florence believes? Yes, Harry, she believes yet. She knows nothing of this, and shall know nothing. If you will only say that you will be true. No one shall know, and I will remember it only to remember your goodness afterward. Think of it, Harry. There can be no falseness to one who has been so false to you. Harry, you will not destroy us all at one blow." Never before was man so supplicated to take into his arms youth and beauty and feminine purity. And in truth he would have yielded, as indeed what man would not have yielded, had not Mrs. Burton been interrupted in her prayers. The step of her husband was heard upon the stairs, and she, rising from her knees, whispered quickly, "Do not tell him that it is settled. Let me tell him when you are gone." "You two have been a long time together," said Theodore as he came in. "Why did you leave us then so long?" said Mrs. Burton, trying to smile, though the signs of tears were, as she well knew, plain enough. "I thought you would have sent for me." "Burton," said Harry, "I take it kindly of you that you allowed me to see your wife alone." "Women always understand these things best," said he. "And you will come again to-morrow, Harry, and answer me my question?" "Not to-morrow." "Florence will be here on Monday." "And why should he not come when Florence is here?" asked Theodore in an angry tone. "Of course he will come, but I want to see him again first. Do I not, Harry?" "I hate mysteries," said Burton. "There shall be no mystery," said his wife. "Why did you send him to me but that there are some things difficult to discuss among three? Will you come to-morrow, Harry?" "Not to-morrow, but I will write to-morrow, early to-morrow. I will go now, and of course you will tell Burton everything that I have said. Good night." They both took his hand, and Cecilia pressed it as she looked with beseeching eyes into his face. What would she not have done to secure the happiness of the sister whom she loved? On this occasion she had descended low that she might do much. End of chapter 32. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Recording by Montmorency. The Claverings by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 33. How Damon parted from Pythias. Lady Ongar, when she left Count Pateroff at the little fort on the cliff, and entered by herself the gardens belonging to the hotel, had long since made up her mind that there should be at last a positive severance between herself and her devoted Sophie. For half an hour she had been walking in silence by the Count's side, and though of course she had heard all that he had spoken, she had been able in that time to consider much. It must have been through Sophie that the Count had heard of her journey to the Isle of Wight, and worse than that, Sophie must, as she thought, have instigated this pursuit. In that she had wronged her poor friend. Sophie had been simply paid by her brother for giving such information as enabled him to arrange this meeting. She had not even counselled him to follow Lady Ongar. But now Lady Ongar, in blind wrath, determined that Sophie should be expelled from her bosom. Lady Ongar would find this task of expulsion the less difficult in that she had come to loathe her devoted friend, and to feel it to be incumbent on her to rid herself of such devotion. Now had arrived the moment in which it might be done, and yet there were difficulties. Two ladies living together in an inn cannot, without much that is disagreeable, send down to the landlord saying that they want separate rooms, because they have taken it into their minds to hate each other. and there would, moreover, be something awkward in saying to Sophie that though she was discarded, her bill should be paid for this last and only time. No, Lady Ongar had already perceived that would not do. She would not quarrel with Sophie after that fashion. She would leave the Isle of Wight on the following morning early, informing Sophie why she did so, and would offer money to the little Franco-Pole, presuming that it might not be agreeable to the Franco-Pole to be hurried away from her marine or rural happiness so quickly. But in doing this, she would be careful to make Sophie understand that Bolton Street was to be closed against her for ever afterward. With neither Count Pateroff nor his sister would she ever again willingly place herself in contact. It was dark as she entered the house, the walk out, her delay there, and her return having together occupied her 3 hours. She had hardly felt the dusk growing on her as she progressed steadily on her way, with that odious man beside her. She had been thinking of other things, and her eyes had accustomed themselves gradually to the fading twilight. But now, when she saw the glimmer of the lamps from the inn windows, she knew that the night had come upon her, and she began to fear that she had been imprudent in allowing herself to be out so late. Imprudent even had she succeeded in being alone. She went direct to her own room, that, womanlike, she might consult her own face as to the effects of the insult she had received. And then, having, as it were, steadied herself, and prepared herself for the scene that was to follow, she descended to the sitting-room and encountered her friend. The friend was the first to speak, and the reader will kindly remember that the friend had ample reason for knowing what companion Lady Ongar had been likely to meet upon the downs. "Julie, dear, how late you are," said Sophie, as though she were rather irritated in having been kept so long waiting for her tea. "I am late," said Lady Ongar. "And don't you think you are imprudent, all alone? You know, dear, just a little imprudent?" "Very imprudent indeed. I have been thinking of that now as I crossed the lawn, and found how dark it was. I have been very imprudent, but I have escaped without much injury." "Escaped? Escaped what? Have you escaped a cold or a drunken man?" "Both, as I think." Then she sat down, and, having rung the bell, she ordered tea. "There seems to be something very odd with you," said Sophie. "I do not quite understand you." "When did you see your brother last?" Lady Ongar asked. "My brother?" "Yes, Count Pateroff. When did you see him last?" "Why do you want to know?" "Well, it does not signify, as of course you will not tell me, but will you say when you will see him next?" "How can I tell?" "Will it be tonight?" "Julia, what do you mean?" "Only this, that I wish you would make him understand that if he has anything to do concerning me, he might as well do it out of hand. For the last hour." "Then you have seen him?" "Yes, is that not wonderful? I have seen him." "And why? Could you not tell him yourself what you had to say?" "He and I do not agree about certain things, and I do not like to carry messages to him." "And you have seen him here on this sacré sea-coast?" "Exactly so, on this sacré sea-coast. Is that not odd, that he should have known that I was here? Know the very inn we were at, and know, too, whither I was going tonight?" "He would learn that from the servants, my dear." "No doubt. He has been good enough to amuse me with his mysterious threats as to what he would do to punish me if I would not." "Become his wife?" suggested Sophie. "Exactly. It was very flattering on his part. I certainly do not intend to become his wife." "Ah, you like better that young Clavering, who has the other sweetheart. He is younger. That is true." "Upon my word, yes. I like my cousin, Harry Clavering, much better than I like your brother. But, as I take it, that has not much to do with it. I was speaking of your brother's threats. I do not understand them, but I wish he could be made to understand that if he has anything to do, he had better go and do it. As for marriage, I would sooner marry the first ploughboy I could find in the fields." "Julie, you need not insult him." I will have no more of your Julie, and I will have no more of you." As she said this, she rose from her chair, and she walked about the room. "You have betrayed me, and there shall be an end of it." "Betrayed you? What nonsense you talk! In what have I betrayed you?" "You set him upon my track here, though you knew I desired to avoid him." "And is that all? I was coming here to this detestable island, and I told my brother. That is my offence? And then you talk of betraying. Julie, you sometimes are a goose." "Very often, no doubt, but, Madame Gordeloup, if you please, we will be geese apart for the future." "Oh, certainly, if you wish it." "I do wish it." "It cannot hurt me. I can choose my friends anywhere. The world is open to me to go where I please into society. I am not at a loss." All this Lady Ongar well understood, but she could bear it without injury to her temper. Such revenge was to be expected from such a woman. "I do not want you to be at a loss," she said. "I only want you to understand that after what has this evening occurred between your brother and me, our acquaintance had better cease." "And am I to be punished for my brother?" "You said just now that it would be no punishment, and I was glad to hear it. Society is, as you say, open to you, and you will lose nothing." "Of course society is open to me. Have I committed myself? I am not talked about for my lovers by all the town. Why should I be at a loss? No. I shall return to London tomorrow by the earliest opportunity. I have already told them so, and I have ordered a carriage to go to Yarmouth at 8. And you leave me here alone?" "Your brother is here, Madame Gordeloup." "My brother is nothing to me. You know well that. He has come and can go where he pleased. I come here to follow you, to be companion to you, to oblige you. And now you say you go and leave me in this detestable barrack. If I am here alone, I will be revenged." "You shall go back with me if you wish it." "At 8 o'clock in the morning, and see, it is now 11, while you have been wandering about alone with my brother in the dark? No, I will not go so early in the morning as that. Tomorrow it is Saturday. You was to remain till Tuesday. You may do as you please. I will go at 8 tomorrow." "Very well. You go at 8. Very well. And who will pay for the bills when you are gone, Lady Ongar?" "I have already ordered the bill up to tomorrow morning. If you will allow me to offer you £20, that will bring you to London when you please to follow." £20? What is £20? "No, I will not have your £20. And she pushed away from her the 2 notes which Lady Ongar had already put upon the table. "Who is to pay me for the loss of all my time? Tell me that. I have devoted myself to you. Who will pay me for that?" "Not I, certainly, Madame Gordeloup." "Not you. You will not pay me for my time. For a whole year I have been devoted to you. You will not pay me, and you send me away in this way. By gar, you will be made to pay, through the nose." As the interview was becoming unpleasant, Lady Ongar took her candle and went to bed, leaving the £20 on the table. As she left the room, she knew that the money was there, but she could not bring herself to pick it up and restore it to her pocket. It was improbable, she thought, that Madame Gordeloup would leave it to the mercy of the waiters, and the chances were that the notes would go into the pocket for which they were intended. And such was the result. Sophie, when she was left alone, got up from her seat and stood for some moments on the rug, making her calculations. That Lady Ongar should be very angry about Count Pateroff's presence, Sophie had expected, but she had not expected that her friend's anger would be carried to such extremity that she would pronounce a sentence of banishment for life. But perhaps, after all, it might be well for Sophie herself should be carried out. This fool of a woman, with her income, her park, and her rank, was going to give herself, so said Sophie to herself, to a young, handsome, proud pig of a fellow, so Sophie called him, who had already shown himself to be Sophie's enemy, and who would certainly find no place for Sophie Gordeloup within his house. Might it not be well that the quarrel should be consummated now, such compensation being obtained as might possibly be extracted? Sophie certainly knew a good deal, which it might be for the convenience of the future husband to keep dark, or convenient for the future wife that the future husband should not know. Terms might be yet had, although Lady Ongar had refused to pay anything beyond that trumpery £20. Terms might be had, or indeed it might be that Lady Ongar herself, when her anger was over, might sue for a reconciliation. Or Sophie, and this idea occurred as Sophie herself became a little despondent after long calculation, Sophie herself might acknowledge herself to be wrong, begging pardon, and weeping on her friend's neck. Perhaps it might be worth while to make some further calculations in bed. Then Sophie, softly drawing the notes towards her, as a cat might have done, and hiding them somewhere about her person, also went to her room. End of chapter 33. Recording by Montmorency.
Chapter 34. Vain Repentance. In the morning Lady Ongar prepared herself for starting at 8 o'clock, and, as a part of that preparation, had her breakfast brought to her upstairs. When the time was up, she descended to the sitting-room on the way to the carriage, and there she found Sophie, also prepared for a journey. "I am going too. You will let me go?" said Sophie. "Certainly," said Lady Ongar. "I proposed to you to do so yesterday." "You should not be so hard upon your poor friend," said Sophie. This was said in the hearing of Lady Ongar's maid and of 2 waiters, and Lady Ongar made no reply to it. When they were in the carriage together, the maid being then stowed away in a dickey or rumble behind, Sophie again whined and was repentant. "Julie, you should not be so hard upon your poor Sophie." "It seems to me that the hardest things said were spoken by you." "Then I will beg your pardon. I am impulsive. I do not restrain myself. When I am angry I say I know not what. If I said any words that were wrong, I will apologize, and beg to be forgiven. There, on my knees." And, as she spoke, the adroit little woman contrived to get herself down upon her knees on the floor of the carriage. "There, say that I am forgiven. Say that Sophie is pardoned." The little woman had calculated that even should her Julia pardon her, Julia would hardly condescend to ask for the 2 ten-pound notes. But Lady Ongar had stoutly determined that there should be no further intimacy, and had reflected that a better occasion for a quarrel could hardly be vouchsafed to her than that afforded by Sophie's treachery in bringing her brother down to Freshwater. She was too strong and too much mistress of her will to be cheated now out of her advantage. "Madame Gordeloup, that attitude is absurd. I beg you will get up." "Never, never till you have pardoned me." And Sophie crouched still lower, till she was all among the dressing cases and little bags at the bottom of the carriage. "I will not get up till you say the words, 'Sophie, dear, I forgive you.'" "Then I fear you will have an uncomfortable drive. Luckily it will be very short. It is only half an hour to Yarmouth." "And I will kneel again on board the packet, and on the what you call platform, and in the railway carriage, and in the street. I will kneel to my Julie everywhere, till she say, 'Sophie, dear, I forgive you.'" "Madame Gordeloup, pray understand me. Between you and me there shall be no further intimacy." "Certainly not. No further explanation is necessary. But our intimacy has certainly come to an end." "It has, undoubtedly." "Julie!" "That is such nonsense. Madame Gordeloup, you are disgracing yourself by your proceedings." "Oh! Disgracing myself, am I?" In saying this, Sophie picked herself up from among the dressing cases, and recovered her seat. "I am disgracing myself! Well, I know very well whose disgrace is the most talked about in the world, yours or mine. Disgracing myself! And from you! What did your husband say of you himself?" Lady Ongar began to feel that even a very short journey might be too long. Sophie was now quite up, and was wriggling herself on her seat, adjusting her clothes which her late attitude had disarranged, not in the most graceful manner. "You shall see," she continued. "Yes, you shall see. Tell me of disgrace. I have only disgraced myself by being with you. Ah, very well. Yes, I will get out. As for being quiet, I shall be quiet whenever I like it. I know when to talk and when to hold my tongue. Disgrace!" So saying, she stepped out of the carriage, leaning on the arm of a boatman who had come to the door, and who had heard her last words. It may be imagined that all this did not contribute much to the comfort of Lady Ongar. They were now on the little pier at Yarmouth, and in 5 minutes every one there knew who she was, and knew also that there had been some disagreement between her and the little foreigner. The eyes of the boatmen, and of the drivers, and of the other travellers, and of the natives going over to the market at Leamington, were all on her, and the eyes also of all the idlers at Yarmouth who had congregated there to watch the despatch of the early boat. But she bore it well, seating herself, with her maid beside her, on one of the benches on the deck, and waiting there with patience till the boat should start. Sophie once or twice muttered the word "disgrace," but beyond that she remained silent. They crossed over the little channel without a word, and without a word made their way up to the railway station. Lady Ongar had been too confused to get tickets for their journey at Yarmouth, but had paid on board the boat for the passage of the 3 persons, herself, her maid, and Sophie. But at the station in Leamington the more important business of taking tickets for the journey to London became necessary. Lady Ongar had thought of this on her journey across the water, and, when at the railway station, gave her purse to her maid, whispering her orders. The girl took 3 first-class tickets, and then going gently up to Madame Gordeloup, offered one to that lady. "Ah, yes, very well, I understand," said Sophie, taking the ticket. "I shall take this." And she held the ticket up in her hand, as though she had some specially mysterious purpose in accepting it. She got into the same carriage with Lady Ongar and her maid, but spoke no word on her journey up to London. At Basingstoke she had a glass of sherry, for which Lady Ongar's maid paid. Lady Ongar had telegraphed for her carriage, which was waiting for her, but Sophie betook herself to a cab. "Shall I pay the cabman, ma'am?" said the maid. "Yes," said Sophie. "Or stop, it will be 1/2 crown. You had better give me the 1/2 crown." The maid did so, and in this way the careful Sophie added another shilling to her store, over and above the £20, knowing well that the fare to Mount Street was 18d. End of chapter 34. Recording by Roxana Nazari. The Claverings, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 35. Doodles in Mount Street. Captain Clavering and Captain Boodle had, as may be imagined, discussed at great length and with much frequency the results of the former captain's negotiations with the Russian spy, and it had been declared strongly by the latter captain, and ultimately admitted by the former, that those results were not satisfactory. £70 had been expended, and, so to say, nothing had been accomplished. It was in vain that Archie, unwilling to have it thought that he had been worsted in diplomacy, argued that with these political personages, and especially with Russian political personages, the ambages were everything, that the preliminaries were in fact the whole, and that when they were arranged, the thing was done. Doodles proved to demonstrate that the thing was not done, and that £70 was too much for mere preliminaries. "My dear fellow," he said, speaking, I fear, with some scorn in his voice, "where are you? That's what I want to know. Where are you? Just nowhere." This was true. All that Archie had received from Madame Gordeloup in return for his last payment was an intimation that no immediate day could be at present named for a renewal of his personal attack upon the Countess, but that a day might be named when he should next come to Mount Street. Provision, of course, being made that he should come with a due qualification under his glove.
Now, the original basis on which Archie was to carry on his suit had been arranged to be this, that Lady Ongar should be made to know that he was there, and the way in which Doodles had illustrated this precept by the artistic and allegorical use of his heel was still fresh in Archie's memory. The meeting in which they had come to that satisfactory understanding had taken place early in the spring, and now June was coming on, and the Countess certainly did not as yet know that her suitor was there. If anything was to be done by the Russian spy, it should be done quickly, and Doodles did not refrain from expressing his opinion that his friend was putting his foot into it, and making a mull of the whole thing. Now Archie Clavering was a man not eaten up by the vice of self-confidence, but prone rather to lean upon his friends, and anxious for the aid of counsel in difficulty. "What the devil is a fellow to do?" he asked. "Perhaps I had better give it all up. Everybody says that she is as proud as Lucifer, and after all nobody knows what rigs she has been up to." But this was by no means the view which Doodles was inclined to take. He was a man who in the field never gave up a race because he was thrown out at the start, having perceived that patience would achieve as much, perhaps, as impetuosity. He had ridden many a waiting race, and had won some of them. He was never so sure of his hand at billiards as when the score was strong against him. "Always fight while there's any fight left in you," was a maxim with him. He never surrendered a bet as lost till the evidence as to the facts was quite conclusive, and had taught himself to regard any chance, be it ever so remote, as a kind of property. "Never say die," was his answer to Archie's remark. "You see, Clavvy, you have still a few good cards, and you can never know what a woman really means till you have popped yourself. As to what she did when she was away, and all that, you see when a woman has got 7,000 a year in her own right, it covers a multitude of sins." "Of course I know that." "And why should a fellow be uncharitable? If a man is to believe all that he hears, by George, they're all much of a muchness. For my part, I never believe anything. I always suppose every horse will run to win, and though there may be a cross now and again, that's the surest line to go upon. Do you understand me now?" Archie said that of course he understood him, but I fancy that Doodles had gone a little too deep for Archie's intellect. "I should say drop this woman, and go at the widow yourself at once." "And lose all my £70 for nothing?" "You're not soft enough to suppose that you'll ever get it back again, I hope." Archie assured his friend that he was not soft enough for any such hope as that, and then the two remained silent for a while, deeply considering the posture of the affair. "I'll tell you what I'll do for you," said Doodles, "and upon my word I think it will be the best thing." "And what's that?" "I'll go to this woman myself." "What, to Lady Ongar?" "No, but to the spy, as you call her. Principles are never the best for this kind of work. When a man has to pay the money himself, he can never make so good a bargain as another can make for him. That stands to reason. And I can be blunter with her about it than you can. Can go straight at it, you know. And you may be sure of this, she won't get any money from me, unless I get the marbles for it." "You'll take some with you, then?" "Well, yes, that is, if it's convenient. We were talking of going £200 or £300, you know, and you've only gone 70 as yet. Suppose you hand me over the odd 30. If she gets it out of me easy, tell me my name isn't Boodle." There was much in this that was distasteful to Captain Clavering, but at last he submitted, and handed over the £30 to his friend. Then there was considerable doubt whether the ambassador should announce himself by a note, but it was decided at last that his arrival should not be expected. If he did not find the lady at home, or disengaged on the first visit, or on the second, he might on the third or the fourth. He was a persistent, patient little man, and assured his friend that he would certainly see Madame Gordeloup before a week had passed over their heads. On the occasion of his first visit to Mount Street, Sophie Gordeloup was enjoying her retreat in the Isle of Wight. When he called the second time, she was in bed, the fatigue of her journey on the previous day, the day on which she had actually risen at 7 o'clock in the morning, having oppressed her much. She had returned in the cab alone, and had occupied herself much on the same evening. Now that she was to be parted from her Julie, It was needful that she should be occupied. She wrote a long letter to her brother, much more confidential than her letters to him had lately been, telling him how much she had suffered on his behalf, and describing to him with great energy the perverseness, malignity, and general pig-headedness of her late friend. Then she wrote an anonymous letter to Mrs. Burton, whose name and address she had learned, after having ascertained from Archie the fact of Harry Clavering's engagement. In this letter she described the wretched wiles by which that horrid woman Lady Ongar was struggling to keep Harry and Miss Burton apart. "It is very bad, but it is true," said the diligent little woman. "She has been seen in his embrace. I know it." After that she dressed and went out into society, the society of which she had boasted as being open to her, to the house of some hanger-on of some embassy, and listened, and whispered, and laughed when some old sinner joked with her, and talked poetry to a young man who was foolish and lame, but who had some money, and got a glass of wine and a cake for nothing, and so was very busy, and on her return home calculated that her cab hire for the evening had been judiciously spent. But her diligence had been so great that when Captain Boodle called the next morning at 12 o'clock she was still in bed. Had she been in dear Paris, or in dearer Vienna, that would have not hindered her from receiving the visit. But in pig-headed London this could not be done, and therefore, when she had duly scrutinized Captain Boodle's card, and had learned from the servant that Captain Boodle desired to see herself on very particular business, she made an appointment with him for the following day. On the following day, at the same hour, Doodles came and was shown up into her room. He had scrupulously avoided any smartness of apparel, calculating that a Newmarket costume would be, of all dresses, the most efficacious in filling her with an idea of his smartness, whereas Archie had probably injured himself much by his polished leather boots and general newness of clothing. Doodles, therefore, wore a cut-away coat, a coloured shirt with a fogle round his neck, old brown trousers that fitted very tightly round his legs, and was careful to take no gloves with him. He was a man with a small bullet head, who wore his hair cut very short, and had no other beard than a slight appendage on his lower chin. He certainly did possess a considerable look of smartness, and when he would knit his brows and nod his head, some men were apt to think that it was not easy to get on the soft side of him. Sophie, on this occasion, was not arrayed with that becoming negligence which had graced her appearance when Captain Clavering had called. She knew that a visitor was coming, and the questionably white wrapper had been exchanged for an ordinary dress. This was regretted, rather than otherwise, by Captain Boodle, who had received from Archie a description of the lady's appearance, and who had been anxious to see the spy in her proper and peculiar habiliments. It must be remembered that Sophie knew nothing of her present visitor, and was altogether unaware that he was in any way connected with Captain Clavering. "You are Captain Boddle?" she said, looking hard at Doodles as he bowed to her on entering the room. "Captain Boodle, ma'am, at your service." "Oh, Captain Boodle. It is English name, I suppose?" "Certainly, ma'am, certainly. Altogether English, I believe. Our Boodles come out of Warwickshire, small property near Leamington. Deuced small, I'm sorry to say." She looked at him very hard, and was altogether unable to discover what was the nature or probable mode of life of the young man before her. She had lived much in England, and had known Englishmen of many classes, but she could not remember that she had ever become conversant with such a one as he who was now before her. Was he a gentleman, or might he be a housebreaker? "A deuced small property near Leamington," she said, repeating the words after him. "Oh!" "But my visit to you, ma'am, has nothing to do with that." "Nothing to do with the small property?" "Nothing in life." "Then, Captain Boodle, what may it have to do with?" Hereupon Doodles took a chair, not having been invited to go through that ceremony. According to the theory created in her mind at the instant, this man was not at all like an English captain. Captain is an unfortunate title, somewhat equivalent to the foreign count. Unfortunate in this respect, that it is easily adopted by many whose claims to it are very slight. Archie Clavering, with his polished leather boots, had looked like a captain, had come up to her idea of a captain. But this man! The more she regarded him, the stronger in her mind became the idea of the housebreaker. "My business, ma'am, is of a very delicate nature, of a very delicate nature indeed. But I think that you and I, who understand the world, may soon come to understand each other." "Oh, you understand the world. Very well, sir. Go on." "Now, ma'am, money is money, you know." "And a goose is a goose. But what of that?" "Yes, a goose is a goose, and some people are not geese. Nobody, ma'am, would think of calling you a goose." "I hope not. It would be so uncivil. Even an Englishman would not say it. Will you go on?" "I think you have the pleasure of knowing Lady Ongar." "Knowing who?" said Sophie, almost shrieking. "Lady Ongar." During the last day or two Sophie's mind had been concerned very much with her dear Julie, but had not been concerned at all with the affairs of Captain Clavering, and therefore when Lady Ongar's name was mentioned, her mind went away altogether to the quarrel, and did not once refer itself to the captain. Could it be that this was an attorney, and was it possible that Julie would be mean enough to make claims upon her? Claims might be made for more than those £20. "And you?" she said. "Do you know Lady Ongar?" "I have not that honour myself." "Oh, you have not. And do you want to be introduced?" "Not exactly. Not at present. At some future day I shall hope to have the pleasure. But I am right in believing that she and you are very intimate? Now what are you going to do for my friend Archie Clavering?" "Oh!" exclaimed Sophie. "Yes. What are you going to do for my friend Archie Clavering? £70, you know, ma'am, is a smart bit of money." "Smart bit of money, is it? Is that what you think on your leetle property down in Warwickshire?" "It isn't my property, ma'am, at all. It belongs to my uncle." "Oh, it is your uncle that has the leetle property. And what had your uncle to do with Lady Ongar? What is your uncle to your friend Archie?" "Nothing at all, ma'am. Nothing on earth." "Then why do you tell me all this rigmarole about your uncle and his leetle property, and Warwickshire? What have I to do with your uncle? Sir, I do not understand you. Not at all. Nor do I know why I have the honour to see you here, Captain Boodle." Even Doodles, redoubtable as he was, even he, with all his smartness, felt that he was overcome, and that this woman was too much for him. He was altogether perplexed, as he could not perceive whether in all her tirade about the little property she had really misunderstood him, and had in truth thought that he had been talking about his uncle, or whether the whole thing was cunning on her part. The reader, perhaps, will have a more correct idea of this lady than Captain Boodle had been able to obtain. She had now risen from her sofa, and was standing as though she expected him to go, but he had not as yet opened the budget of his business. "I am here, ma'am," said he, "to speak to you about my friend, Captain Clavering." "Then you can go back to your friend and tell him I have nothing to say. And more than that, Captain Boodle," the woman intensified the name in a most disgusting manner, with the evident purpose of annoying him. Of that he had become quite sure. "More than that, his sending you here is an impertinence. Will you tell him that?" "No, ma'am, I will not." "Perhaps you are his laquais," continued the inexhaustible Sophie, "and are obliged to come when he send you." "I am no man's lackey, ma'am." "If so, I do not blame you. Or perhaps it is your way to make your love third or fourth hand down in Warwickshire." "Damn Warwickshire," said Doodles, who was put beyond himself. "With all my heart, damn Warwickshire!" And the horrid woman grinned at him as she repeated his words. "And the leetle property, and the uncle if you wish it, and the leetle nephew, and the leetle nephew, and the leetle nephew." She stood over him as she repeated the last words with wondrous rapidity, and grinned at him, and grimaced, and shook herself, till Doodles was altogether bewildered. If this was a Russian spy, he would avoid such in future, and keep himself for the milder acerbities of Newmarket, and the easier chaff of his club. He looked up into her face at the present moment, striving to think of some words by which he might assist himself. He had as yet performed no part of his mission, but any such performance was now entirely out of the question. The woman had defied him, and had altogether thrown Clavering overboard. There was no further question of her services, and therefore he felt himself to be quite entitled to twit her with the payment she had taken. "And how about my friend's £70?" said he. "How about £70? A little man comes here and tells me he is a boodle in Warwickshire, and says he has an uncle with a very leetle property, and asks me about £70. Suppose I ask you how about the policeman, what will you say then?" "You send for him and you shall hear what I say." "No, not to take away such a leetle man as you. I send for a policeman when I am afraid. Boodle in Warwickshire is not a terrible man. Suppose you go to your friend and tell him from me that he have choose a very bad Mercury in his affairs of love, the worst Mercury I ever see. Perhaps the Warwickshire Mercuries are not very good. Can you tell me, Captain Boodle, how they make love down in Warwickshire?" "And that is all the satisfaction I am to have?" "Who said you was to have satisfaction? Very little satisfaction I should think you ever have when you come as a Mercury." "My friend means to know something about that £70. £70! If you talk to me any more of £70 I will fly at your face." As she spoke this she jumped across at him as though she were really on the point of attacking him with her nails, and he, in dismay, retreated to the door. "You and your £70! Oh, you English! What mean mens you are! Oh, a Frenchman would despise to do it. Yes, or a Russian or a Pole. But you want it all down in black and white like a butcher's heel. You know nothing and understand nothing, and can never speak and can never hold your tongues. You have no head but the head of a bull. A bull can break all the china in a shop. Dash, smash, crash, all the pretty things gone in a minute. So can an Englishman. Your £70! You will come again to me for £70, I think." In her energy she had acted the bull, and had exhibited her idea of the dashing, the smashing, and the crashing, by the motion of her head and the waving of her hands. "And you decline to say anything about the £70?" said Doodles, resolving that his courage should not desert him. Whereupon the divine Sophie laughed. "Ha, ha, ha! I see you have not got on any gloves, Captain Boodle." "Gloves? No, I don't wear gloves." "Nor your uncle with the leetle property in Warwickshire? Captain Clavering, he wears a glove. He is a handy man." Doodles stared at her, understanding nothing of this. "Perhaps it is in your waistcoat pocket." And she approached him fearlessly, as though she were about to deprive him of his watch. "I don't know what you mean," said he, retreating. "Ah, you are not a handy man, like my friend the other captain, so you had better go away. Yes, you had better go to Warwickshire. In Warwickshire, I suppose, they make ready for your Michaelmas dinner. You have 4 months to get fat. Suppose you go away and get fat." Doodles understood nothing of her sarcasm, but began to perceive that he might as well take his departure. The woman was probably a lunatic, and his friend Archie had no doubt been grossly deceived when he was sent to her for assistance. He had some faint idea that the £70 might be recovered from such a madwoman, but in the recovery his friend would be exposed, and he saw that the money must be abandoned. At any rate, he had not been soft enough to dispose of any more treasure. "Good morning, ma'am," he said, very curtly. "Good morning to you, Captain Boodle. Are you coming again another day?" "Not that I know of, ma'am." "You are very welcome to stay away. I like your friend the better. Tell him to come and be handy with his glove. As for you, suppose you go to the leetle property." Then Captain Boodle went, and, as soon as he had made his way out into the open street, stood still and looked around him, that by the aspect of things familiar to his eyes he might be made certain that he was in a world with which he was conversant. While in that room with the spy he had ceased to remember that he was in London, his own London, within a mile of his club, within a mile of Tattersall's. He had been, as it were, removed to some strange world in which the tact and courage and acuteness natural to him had not been of avail to him. Madame Gordeloup had opened a new world to him, a new world of which he desired to make no further experience. Gradually he began to understand why he had been desired to prepare himself for Michaelmas eating. Gradually, some idea about Archie's glove glimmered across his brain. A wonderful woman certainly was the Russian spy, a phenomenon which in future years he might perhaps be glad to remember that he had seen in the flesh. The first racehorse which he might ever own and name himself, he would certainly call the Russian spy. In the meantime, as he slowly walked across Berkeley Square, he acknowledged to himself that she was not mad, and acknowledged also that the less said about that £70 the better. From thence he crossed Piccadilly, and sauntered down St. James's Street into Pall Mall, revolving in his mind how he would carry himself with Clavvy. He, at any rate, had his ground for triumph. He had parted with no money, and had ascertained by his own wit that no available assistance from that quarter was to be had in the matter which his friend had in hand. It was some hours after this when the two friends met, and at that time Doodles was up to his eyes in chalk and the profitable delights of pool. But Archie was too intent on his business to pay much regard to his friend's proper avocation. "Well, Doodles," he said, hardly waiting till his ambassador had finished his stroke and laid his ball close waxed to one of the cushions. "Well, have you seen her?" "Oh yes, I've seen her," said Doodles, seating himself on an exalted bench which ran round the room, while Archie, with anxious eyes, stood before him. "Well?" said Archie. "She is a rum 'un." "Thank ye, Griggs. You always stand to me like a brick." This was said to a young lieutenant who had failed to hit the captain's ball, and now tendered him a shilling with a very bitter look. "She is queer," said Archie, "certainly." "Queer! By George, I'll back her for the queerest bit of horseflesh going any way about these diggings. I thought she was mad at first, but I believe she knows what she's about." "She knows what she's about well enough. She's worth all the money if you can only get her to work." "Bosh, my dear fellow." "Why bosh? What's up now?" "Bosh, bosh, bosh. Me to play, is it?" Down he went, and not finding a good open for a hazard, again waxed himself to the cushion, to the infinite disgust of Griggs, who did indeed hit the ball this time, but in such a way as to make the loss of another life from Griggs's original 3 a matter of certainty. "I don't think it's hardly fair," whispered Griggs to a friend, "a man playing always for safety. It's not the game I like, and I shan't play at the same table with Doodles any more." "It's all bosh," repeated Doodles, coming back to his seat. "She don't mean to do anything, and never did. I've found her out." "Found out what?" "She's been laughing at you. She got your money out from under your glove, didn't she?" "Well, I did put it there." "Of course you did. I knew that I should find out what was what if I once went there. I got it all out of her. But by George, what a woman she is! She swore at me to my very face." "Swore at you? In French, you mean?" "No, not in French at all, but damned me in downright English. By George, how I did laugh! Me and everybody belonging to me. I'm blessed if she didn't." "There was nothing like that about her when I saw her." "You didn't turn her inside out as I've done. But stop half a moment." Then he descended, chalked away at his cue hastily, pocketed a shilling or two, and returned. "You didn't turn her inside out as I've done. I tell you, Clavvy, there's nothing to be done there, and there never was. If you'd kept on going yourself, she'd have drained you as dry as that table. There's your £30 back, and upon my word, old fellow, you ought to thank me." Archie did thank him, and Doodles was not without his triumph. Of the frequent references to Warwickshire which he had been forced to endure, he said nothing, nor yet of the reference to Michaelmas dinners, and gradually, as he came to talk frequently to Archie of the Russian spy, and perhaps also to one or two others of his more intimate friends, he began to convince himself that he really had wormed the truth out of Madame Gordeloup, and got altogether the better of that lady in a very wonderful way. End of chapter 35. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 36. Harry Clavering's Confession. Harry Clavering, when he went away from Onslow Crescent after his interview with Cecilia Burton, was a wretched, pitiable man. He had told the truth of himself, as far as he was able to tell it, to a woman whom he thoroughly esteemed, and having done so was convinced that she could no longer entertain any respect for him. He had laid bare to her all his weakness, and for a moment she had spurned him. It was true that she had again reconciled herself to him, struggling to save both him and her sister from future misery; that she had even condescended to implore him to be gracious to Florence, taking that which to her mind seemed then to be the surest path to her object; but not the less did he feel that she must despise him. Having promised his hand to one woman, to a woman whom he still professed that he loved dearly, he had allowed himself to be cheated into offering it to another. And he knew that the cheating had been his own. It was he who had done the evil. Julia, in showing her affection for him, had tendered her love to a man whom she believed to be free. He had intended to walk straight. He had not allowed himself to be enamoured of the wealth possessed by this woman who had thrown herself at his feet. But he had been so weak that he had fallen in his own despite. There is, I suppose, no young man possessed of average talents and average education who does not early in life lay out for himself some career with more or less precision, some career which is high in its tendencies and noble in its aspirations, and to which he is afterward compelled to compare the circumstances of the life which he shapes for himself. In doing this he may not attempt, perhaps, to lay down for himself any prescribed amount of success which he will endeavour to reach, or even the very pathway by which he will strive to be successful; but he will tell himself what are the vices which he will avoid, and what the virtues which he will strive to attain. Few young men ever did this with more precision than it had been done by Harry Clavering, and few with more self-confidence. Very early in life he had been successful, so successful as to enable him to emancipate himself not only from his father's absolute control, but almost also from any interference on his father's part. It had seemed to be admitted that he was a better man than his father, better than the other Claverings, the jewel of the race, the Clavering to whom the family would in future years look up, not as their actual head, but as their strongest prop and most assured support. He had said to himself that he would be an honest, truthful, hard-working man, not covetous after money, though conscious that a labourer was worthy of his hire, and conscious also that the better the work done, the better should be his wages. Then he had encountered a heavy blow from a false woman, and he had boasted to himself that he had borne it well, as a man should bear all blows. And now, after all these resolves and all these boastings, he found himself brought by his own weakness to such a pass that he hardly dared to look in the face any of his dearest and most intimate friends. He was not remiss in telling himself all this. He did draw the comparison ruthlessly between the character which he had intended to make his own and that which he now had justly earned. He did not excuse himself. We are told to love others as ourselves, and it is hard to do so; but I think that we never hate others, never despise others, as we are sometimes compelled by our own convictions and self-judgment to hate and to despise ourselves. Harry, as he walked home on this evening, was lost in disgust at his own conduct. He could almost have hit his head against the walls, or thrown himself beneath the waggons as he passed them, so thoroughly was he ashamed of his own life. Even now, on this evening, he had escaped from Onslow Crescent, basely escaped, without having declared any purpose. Twice on this day he had escaped, almost by subterfuges, once from Burton's office, and now again from Cecilia's presence. How long was this to go on, or how could life be endurable to him under such circumstances? In parting from Cecilia, and promising to write at once, and promising to come again in a few days, He had had some idea in his head that he would submit his fate to the arbitrament of Lady Ongar. At any rate he must, he thought, see her, and finally arrange with her what the fate of both of them should be, before he could make any definite statement of his own purpose in Onslow Crescent. The last tender of his hand had been made to Julia, and he could not now renew his former promises on Florence's behalf, till he had been absolved by Julia. This may at any rate be pleaded on his behalf, that in all the workings of his mind at this time there was very little of personal vanity. Very personally vain he had been when Julia Brabazon, the beautiful and noble born Julia, had first confessed at Clavering that she loved him. But that vanity had been speedily knocked on its head by her conduct to him. Men, when they are jilted, can hardly be vain of the conquest which has led to such a result. Since that, there had been no vanity of that sort. His love to Florence had been open, honest, and satisfactory, but he had not considered himself to have achieved a wonderful triumph at Stratton. And when he found that Lord Ongar's widow still loved him, that he was still regarded with affection by the woman who had formerly wounded him, there was too much of pain, almost of tragedy, in his position to admit of vanity. He would say to himself that, as far as he knew his own heart, he thought that he loved Julia the best; but nevertheless he thoroughly wished that she had not returned from Italy, or that he had not seen her when she had so returned. He had promised to write, and that he would do this very night. He had failed to make Cecilia Burton understand what he intended to do, having, indeed, hardly himself resolved. But before he went to bed he would both resolve and explain to her his resolution. Immediately, therefore, on his return home, he sat down at his desk with the pen in his hand and the paper before him. At last the words came. I can hardly say that they were the product of any fixed resolve made before he commenced the writing. I think that his mind worked more fully when the pen was in his hands than it had done during the hour through which he sat listless, doing nothing, struggling to have a will of his own, but failing. The letter, when it was written, was as follows: Bloomsbury Square, May, 186 . Dearest Mrs. Burton, I said that I would write to morrow, but I am writing now, immediately on my return home. Whatever else you may think of me, pray be sure of this, that I am most anxious to make you know and understand my own position, at any rate as well as I do myself. I tried to explain it to you when I was with you this evening, but I fear that I failed, and when Mr. Burton came in I could not say anything further. I know that I have behaved very badly to your sister, very badly, even though she should never become aware that I have done so. Not that that is possible, for if she were to be my wife to morrow I should tell her everything. But badly as you must think of me, I have never for a moment had a premeditated intention to deceive her. I believe you do know on what terms I had stood with Miss Brabazon before her marriage, and that when she married, whatever my feelings might be, there was no self-accusation. And after that you know all that took place between me and Florence till the return of Lord Ongar's widow. Up to that time everything had been fair between us. I had told Florence of my former attachment, and she probably thought but little of it. Such things are so common with men. Some change happens as had happened with me, and a man's second love is often stronger and more worthy of a woman's acceptance than the first. At any rate, she knew it, and there was, so far, an end of it. And you understood, also, how very anxious I was to avoid delay in our marriage. No one knows that better than you, not even Florence, for I have talked it over with you so often. And you will remember how I have begged you to assist me. I don't blame my darling Florence. She was doing what she deemed best. But oh, if she had only been guided by what you once said to her! Then Lord Ongar's widow returned, And dear Mrs. Burton, though I fear you think ill of her, you must remember that as far as you know, or I, she has done nothing wrong, has been in no respect false, since her marriage. As to her early conduct to me, she did what many women have done, but what no woman should do. But how can I blame her, knowing how terrible has been my own weakness? But as to her conduct since her marriage, I implore you to believe with me that she has been sinned against grievously, and has not sinned. Well, as you know, I met her. It was hardly unnatural that I should do so, as we are connected. But whether natural or unnatural, foolish or wise, I went to her often. I thought at first that she must know of my engagement, as her sister knew it well, and had met Florence. But she did not know it, and so, having none near her that she could love, hardly a friend but myself, grievously wronged by the world and her own relatives, thinking that with her wealth she could make some amends to me for her former injury, she... Dear Mrs. Burton, I think you will understand it now, and will see that she at least is free from blame. I am not defending myself. Of course all this should have been without effect on me. But I had loved her so dearly. I do love her still so dearly. Love like that does not die. When she left me it was natural that I should seek some one else to love. When she returned to me, when I found that in spite of her faults she had loved me through it all, I yielded and became false and a traitor. I say that I love her still, but I know well that Florence is far the nobler of the two. Florence never could have done what she did. In nature, in mind, in acquirement, in heart, Florence is the better. The man who marries Florence must be happy if any woman can make a man happy. Of her of whom I am now speaking, I know well that I cannot say that. How then, you will ask, can I be fool enough, having had such a choice, to doubt between the two? How is it that man doubts between vice and virtue, between heaven and hell? But all this is nothing to you. I do not know whether Florence would take me now. I am well aware that I have no right to expect that she should. But if I understand you aright this evening, she as yet has heard nothing of all this. What must she think of me for not writing to her? But I could not bring myself to write in a false spirit, and how could I tell her all that I have now told to you? I know that you wish that our engagement should go on. Dear Mrs. Burton, I love you so dearly for wishing it. Mr. Burton, when he shall have heard everything, will, I fear, think differently. For me, I feel that I must see Lady Ongar before I can again go to your house, and I write now chiefly to tell you that this is what I have determined to do. I believe she is now away, in the Isle of Wight, but I will see her as soon as she returns. After that I will either come to Onslow Crescent or send. Florence will be with you then. She, of course, must know everything, and you have my permission to show this letter to her if you think well to do so. Most sincerely and affectionately yours, Harry Clavering. This he delivered himself the next morning at the door in Onslow Crescent, taking care not to be there till after Theodore Burton should have gone from home. He left a card also, so that it might be known, not only that he had brought it himself, but that he intended Mrs. Burton should be aware of that fact. Then he went and wandered about, and passed his day in misery, as such men do when they are thoroughly discontented with their own conduct. This was the Saturday on which Lady Ongar returned with her Sophie from the Isle of Wight. But of that premature return Harry knew nothing, and therefore allowed the Sunday to pass by without going to Bolton Street. On the Monday morning he received a letter from home which made it necessary, or induced him to suppose it to be necessary, that he should go home to Clavering, at any rate for one day. This he did on the Monday, sending a line to Mrs. Burton to say whither he was gone, and that he should be back by Wednesday night or Thursday morning, and imploring her to give his love to Florence, if she would venture to do so. Mrs. Burton would know what must be his first business in London on his return, and she might be sure he would come or send to Onslow Crescent as soon as that was over. Harry's letter, the former and longer letter, Cecilia had read over, till she nearly knew it by heart, before her husband's return. She well understood that he would be very hard upon Harry. He had been inclined to forgive Clavering for what had been remiss, to forgive the silence, the absence from the office, and the want of courtesy to his wife, till Harry had confessed his sin. But he could not endure that his sister should seek the hand of a man who had declared himself to be in doubt whether he would take it, or that any one should seek it for her, in her ignorance of all the truth. His wife, on the other hand, simply looked to Florence's comfort and happiness. That Florence should not suffer the pang of having been deceived and rejected was all in all to Cecilia. "Of course she must know it some day," the wife had pleaded to her husband. "He is not the man to keep anything secret. But if she is told when he has returned to her, and is good to her, the happiness of the return will cure the other misery." But Burton would not submit to this. "To be comfortable at present is not everything," he said. "If the man be so miserably weak that he does not even know his own mind, Florence had better take her punishment and be quit of him." Cecilia had narrated to him with passable fidelity what had occurred upstairs, while he was sitting alone in the dining room. That she in her anger had at one moment spurned Harry Clavering, and that in the next she had knelt to him, imploring him to come back to Florence, those two little incidents she did not tell to her husband. Harry's adventures with Lady Ongar, as far as she knew them, she described accurately. "I can't make any apology for him, upon my life I can't," said Burton. "If I know what it is for a man to behave ill, falsely, like a knave in such matters, he is so behaving." So Theodore Burton spoke as he took his candle to go away to his work. But his wife had induced him to promise that he would not write to Stratton or take any other step in the matter till they had waited 24 hours for Harry's promised letter. The letter came before the 24 hours were expired, and Burton, on his return home on the Saturday, found himself called upon to read and pass judgment upon Harry's confession. "What right has he to speak of her as his darling Florence?" he exclaimed, "while he is confessing his own knavery." "But if she is his darling?" pleaded his wife. "Trash! But the word from him in such a letter is simply an additional insult. And what does he know about this woman who has come back? He vouches for her, but what can he know of her? Just what she tells him. He is simply a fool." "But you cannot dislike him for believing her word." "Cecilia," said he, holding down the letter as he spoke, "you are so carried away by your love for Florence, and your fear lest a marriage which has been once talked of should not take place, that you shut your eyes to this man's true character. Can you believe any good of a man who tells you to your face that he is engaged to 2 women at once?" "I think I can," said Cecilia, hardly venturing to express so dangerous an opinion above her breath. "And what would you think of a woman who did so?" "Ah, that is so different. I cannot explain it, but you know that it is different." "I know that you would forgive a man anything and a woman nothing." To this she submitted in silence, having probably heard the reproof before, and he went on to finish the letter. "Not defending himself!" he exclaimed. "Then why does he not defend himself? When a man tells me that he does not or cannot defend himself, I know that he is a sorry fellow, without a spark of spirit." "I don't think that of Harry. Surely that letter shows a spirit." "Such a one as I should be ashamed to see in a dog. No man should ever be in a position in which he cannot defend himself. No man, at any rate, should admit himself to be so placed. Wish that he should go on with his engagement. I do not wish it at all. I am sorry for Florence. She will suffer terribly, but the loss of such a lover as that is infinitely a lesser loss than would be the gain of such a husband. You had better write to Florence and tell her not to come." "Oh, Theodore!" "That is my advice." "But there is no post between this and Monday," said Cecilia, temporizing. "Send her a message by the wires." You cannot explain this by a telegram, Theodore. Besides, why should she not come? Her coming can do no harm. If you were to tell your mother now of all this, it would prevent the possibility of things ever being right. Things, that is this thing, will never be right, said he. But let us see. She will be here on Monday, and if you think it best you can tell her everything. Indeed, she must be told when she is here, for I could not keep it from her. I could not smile and talk to her about him and make her think that it is all right. Not you. I should be very sorry if you could. But I think I could make her understand that she should not decide upon breaking with him altogether. And I think I could make her understand that she ought to do so. But you wouldn't do that, Theodore. I would if I thought it my duty. But at any rate she must come, and we can talk of that to-morrow. As to Florence's coming, Burton had given way, beaten, apparently, by that argument about the post. On the Sunday very little was said about Harry Clavering. Cecilia studiously avoided the subject, and Burton had not so far decided on dropping Harry altogether as to make him anxious to express any such decision. After all, such dropping or not dropping must be the work of Florence herself. On the Monday morning Cecilia had a further triumph. On that day her husband was very fully engaged, having to meet a synod of contractors, surveyors, and engineers to discuss which of the remaining thoroughfares of London should not be knocked down by the coming railways, and he could not absent himself from the Adelphi. It was, therefore, arranged that Mrs. Burton should go to the Paddington station to meet her sister-in-law. She, therefore, would have the first word with Florence, and the earliest opportunity of impressing the newcomer with her own ideas. "Of course you must say something to her of this man," said her husband, "but the less you say the better. After all, she must be left to judge for herself." In all matters such as this, in all affairs of tact, of social intercourse, and of conduct between man and man, or man and woman, Mr. Burton was apt to be eloquent in his domestic discussion, and sometimes almost severe; but the final arrangement of them was generally left to his wife. He enunciated principles of strategy, much, no doubt, to her benefit, but she actually fought the battles. End of chapter 36. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 37. Florence Burton's return. Though nobody had expressed to Florence at Stratton any fear of Harry Clavering's perfidy, that young lady was not altogether easy in her mind. Weeks and weeks had passed, and she had not heard from him. Her mother was manifestly uneasy, and had announced some days before Florence's departure her surprise and annoyance in not having heard from her eldest son. When Florence inquired as to the subject of the expected letter, her mother put the question aside, saying, with a little assumed irritability, that of course she liked to get an answer to her letters when she took the trouble to write them. And when the day for Florence's journey drew nigh, the old lady became more and more uneasy, showing plainly that she wished her daughter was not going to London. But Florence, as she was quite determined to go, said nothing to all this. Her father also was uneasy, and neither of them had for some days named her lover in her hearing. She knew that there was something wrong, and felt that it was better that she should go to London and learn the truth. No female heart was ever less prone to suspicion than the heart of Florence Burton. Among those with whom she had been most intimate, nothing had occurred to teach her that men could be false, or women either. When she had heard from Harry Clavering the story of Julia Brabazon, she had, not making much accusation against the sinner in speech, put Julia down in the books of her mind as a bold, bad woman who could forget her sex and sell her beauty and her womanhood for money. There might be such a woman here and there, or such a man. There were murderers in the world, but the bulk of mankind is not made subject to murderers. Florence had never considered the possibility that she herself could become liable to such a misfortune, And then, when the day came that she was engaged, her confidence in the man chosen by her was unlimited. Such love as hers rarely suspects. He with whom she had to do was Harry Clavering, and therefore she could not be deceived. Moreover, she was supported by a self-respect and a self-confidence which did not at first allow her to dream that a man who had once loved her would ever wish to leave her. It was to her as though a sacrament as holy as that of the Church had passed between them, and she could not easily bring herself to think that that sacrament had been as nothing to Harry Clavering. But nevertheless there was something wrong, and when she left her father's house at Stratton she was well aware that she must prepare herself for tidings that might be evil. She could bear anything, she thought, without disgracing herself, but there were tidings which might send her back to Stratton a broken woman, fit perhaps to comfort the declining years of her father and mother, but fit for nothing else. Her mother watched her closely as she sat at her breakfast that morning, but much could not be gained by watching Florence Burton when Florence Burton wished to conceal her thoughts. Many messages were sent to Theodore, to Cecilia, and to the children, messages to others of the Burton clan who were in town, but not a word was said of Harry Clavering. The very absence of his name was enough to make them all wretched, but Florence bore it as the Spartan boy bore the fox beneath his tunic. Mrs. Burton could hardly keep herself from a burst of indignation, but she had been strongly warned by her husband, and restrained herself till Florence was gone. "If he is playing her false," said she, as soon as she was alone with her husband, "he shall suffer for it, though I have to tear his face with my own fingers." "Nonsense, my dear, nonsense." "It is not nonsense, Mr. Burton. A gentleman, indeed! He is to be allowed to be dishonest to my girl because he is a gentleman! I wish there was no such thing as a gentleman, so I do. Perhaps there would be more honest men then." It was unendurable to her that a girl of hers should be so treated. Immediately on the arrival of the train at the London platform, Florence espied Cecilia, and in a minute was in her arms. There was a special tenderness in her sister-in-law's caress which at once told Florence that her fears had not been without cause. Who has not felt the evil tidings conveyed by the exaggerated tenderness of a special kiss? But while on the platform and among the porters she said nothing of herself. She asked after Theodore, and heard of the railway confederacy with a show of delight. "He'd like to make a line from Hyde Park Corner to the Tower of London," said Florence with a smile. Then she asked after the children, and especially for the baby, but as yet she spoke no word of Harry Clavering. The trunk and the bag were at last found, and the two ladies were packed into a cab, and had started. Cecilia, when they were seated, got hold of Florence's hand and pressed it warmly. "Dearest," said she, "I am so glad to have you with us once again." "And now," said Florence, speaking with a calmness that was almost unnatural, "tell me all the truth." All the truth! What a demand it was! And yet Cecilia had expected that none less would be made upon her. Of course Florence must have known that there was something wrong. Of course she would ask as to her lover immediately upon her arrival. "And now tell me all the truth." "Oh, Florence!" "The truth, then, is very bad?" said Florence, gently. "Tell me first of all whether you have seen him. Is he ill?" "He was with us on Friday. He is not ill." "Thank God for that. Has anything happened to him? Has he lost money?" "No, I have heard nothing about money." "Then he is tired of me. Tell me at once, my own one. You know me so well. I can bear it. Don't treat me like a coward." "No, it is not that. It is not that he is tired of you. If you had heard him speak of you on Friday, that you were the noblest, purest, dearest, best of women." This was imprudent on her part, but what loving woman could have endured to be prudent? "Then what is it?" asked Florence, almost sternly. "Look here, Cecilia, if it be anything touching himself or his own character, I will put up with it, in spite of anything my brother may say. Though he has been a murderer, if that were possible, I would not leave him. I never will, unless he leaves me. Where is he?" "He is in town." Mrs. Burton had not received Harry's note, telling her of his journey to Clavering, before she had left home. Now, at this moment, it was waiting for her in Onslow Crescent. "And am I to see him? Cecilia, why cannot you tell me how it is? In such a case I should tell you everything at once, because I know that you are not a coward. Why cannot you do so to me?" "You have heard of Lady Ongar?" "Heard of her, yes. She treated Harry very badly before her marriage." "She has come back to London, a widow." "I know she has." "And Harry has gone back to her? Is that it? Do you mean to tell me that Harry and she are to be married?" "No, I cannot say that. I hope it is not so. Indeed, I do not think it." "Then what have I to fear? Does she object to his marrying me? What has she to do between us?" "She wishes that Harry should come back to her, and Harry has been unsteady. He has been with her often, and he has been very weak. It may be all right yet, Flo, it may indeed, if you can forgive his weakness." Something of the truth had now come to Florence, and she sat thinking of it long before she spoke again. This widow, she knew, was very wealthy, and Harry had loved her before he had come to Stratton. Harry's first love had come back free, free to wed again, and able to make the fortune of the man she might love and marry. What had Florence to give to any man that could be weighed with this? Lady Ongar was very rich. Florence had already heard all this from Harry. Was very rich, was clever, and was beautiful. And moreover, she had been Harry's first love. Was it reasonable that she, with her little claims, her puny attractions, should stand in Harry's way when such a prize as that came across him? And as for his weakness, might it not be strength rather than weakness, the strength of an old love which he could not quell, now that the woman was free to take him? For herself, had she not known that she had only come second? As she thought of him with his noble bride and that bride's great fortune, and of her own insignificance, her low birth, her doubtful prettiness, prettiness that had ever been doubtful to herself of her few advantages, she told herself that she had no right to stand upon her claims. "I wish I had known it sooner," she said, in a voice so soft that Cecilia strained her ears to catch the words. "I wish I had known it sooner. I would not have come up to be in his way." "But you will be in no one's way, Flo, unless it be in hers." "And I will not be in hers," said Florence, speaking somewhat louder, and raising her head in pride as she spoke. "I will be neither in hers nor in his. I think I will go back at once." Cecilia upon this ventured to look around at her, and saw that she was very pale, but that her eyes were dry, and her lips pressed close together. It had not occurred to Mrs. Burton that her sister-in-law would take it in this way, that she would be willing to give away, and at once surrender, her lover to her rival. No one liked success better than Cecilia Burton, and to her success would consist in rescuing Harry from Lady Ongar and securing him for Florence. In fighting this battle she had found that she would have against her Lady Ongar, of course, and then her husband, and Harry himself too, as she feared, and now she must reckon Florence also among her opponents. But she could not endure the idea of failing in such a cause. "Oh, Florence, I think you are so wrong," she said. "You would feel as I do, if you were in my place." "But people cannot always judge best when they feel the most. What you should think of is his happiness." "So I do, and of his future career." Career! I hate to hear of careers. Men do not want careers, or should not want them. Could it be good for him to marry a woman who has done as she has, simply because she has made herself rich by her wickedness? Do you believe so much in riches yourself?" "If he loves her best, I will not blame him," said Florence. "He knew her before he had seen me. He was quite honest and told me all the story. It is not his fault, if he still likes her the best." End of chapter 37. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 38. Florence Burton makes up a packet. When they reached Onslow Crescent, the first half hour was spent with the children, as to whom Florence could but observe that even from their mouths the name of Harry Clavering was banished. But she played with Cissy and Sophie, giving them their little presents from Stratton, and sat with the baby in her lap, kissing his pink feet, and making little soft noises for his behoof, sweetly as she might have done if no terrible crisis in her own life had now come upon her. Not a tear as yet had moistened her eyes, and Cecilia was partly aware that Florence's weeping would be done in secret. "Come up with me into my own room. I have something to show you," she said, as the nurse took the baby at last, and Cissy and Sophie were at the same time sent away with their brother. "As I came in I got a note from Harry, but before you see that I must show you the letter which he wrote to me on Friday. He has gone down to Clavering, on some business, for one day." Mrs. Burton, in her heart, could hardly acquit him of having run out of town at the moment to avoid the arrival of Florence. They went upstairs, and the note was, in fact, read before the letter. "I hope there is nothing wrong at the parsonage," said Florence. "You see he says he will come back after one day." "Perhaps he is going to tell them of this change in his prospects." "No, dear, no. You do not yet understand his feelings. Read his letter and you will know more. If there is to be a change, he is at any rate too much ashamed of it to speak of it. He does not wish it himself. It is simply this, that she has thrown herself in his way, and he has not known how to avoid her." Then Florence read the letter very slowly, going over most of the sentences more than once, and struggling to learn from them what were really the wishes of the writer. When she came to Harry's exculpation of Lady Ongar, she believed it thoroughly, and said so, meeting, however, a direct contradiction on that point from her sister-in-law. When she had finished it, she folded it up and gave it back. "Cissy," she said, "I know that I ought to go back. I do not want to see him, and I am glad that he has gone away." "But you do not mean to give him up?" "Yes, dearest." "But you said you would never leave him, unless he left you." "He has left me." "No, Florence, not so. Do you not see what he says, that he knows you are the only woman that can make him happy?" "He has not said that. But if he had, it would be no matter. He understands well how it is. He says that I could not take him now, even if he came to me, and I cannot. How could I? What, wish to marry a man who does not love me, who loves another, when I know that I am regarded simply as a barrier between them, when by doing so I should mar his fortunes? Cissy, dear, when you think of it, you will not wish it." "Mar his fortunes! It would make them. I do wish it, and he wishes it too. I tell you that I had him here, and I know it. Why should you be sacrificed?" "What is the meaning of self-denial, if no one can bear to suffer?" "But he will suffer too, and all for her caprices. You cannot really think that her money would do him any good. Who would ever speak to him again, or even see him? What would the world say of him? Why, his own father and mother and sisters would disown him, if they are such as you say they are." Florence would not argue it further, but went to her room, and remained there alone till Cecilia came to tell her that her brother had returned. What weeping there may have been there need not be told. Indeed, as I think, there was not much, for Florence was a girl whose education had not brought her into the way of hysterical sensations. The Burtons were an active, energetic people, who sympathized with each other in labour and success, and in endurance also, but who had little sympathy to express for the weaknesses of grief. When her children had stumbled in their play, bruising their little noses and barking their little shins, Mrs. Burton, the elder, had been wont to bid them rise, asking them what their legs were for if they could not stand. So they had dried their own little eyes with their own little fists, and had learned to understand that the rubs of the world were to be borne in silence. This rub that had come to Florence was of grave import, and had gone deeper than the outward skin, but still the old lesson had its effect. Florence rose from the bed on which she was lying, and prepared to come down. "Do not commit yourself to him as to anything," said Cecilia. "I understand what that means," Florence answered. "He thinks as I do. But never mind. He will not say much, and I shall say less. It is bad to talk of this to any man, even to a brother." Burton also received his sister with that exceptional affection which declares pity for some overwhelming misfortune. He kissed her lips, which was rare with him, for he would generally but just touch her forehead, and he put his hand behind her waist and partly embraced her. "Did Cissy manage to find you at the station?" "Oh yes, easily." "Theodore thinks that a woman is no good for any such purpose as that," said Cecilia. "It is a wonder to him, no doubt, that we are not now wandering around London in search of each other, and of him." "I think she would have got home quicker if I could have been there," said Burton. "We were in a cab in 1 minute, weren't we, Florence? The difference would have been that you would have given a porter 6d., and I gave him a shilling, having bespoken him before." "And Theodore's time was worth the 6d., I suppose," said Florence. "That depends," said Cecilia. "How did the synod go on?" "The synod made an ass of itself, as synods always do. It is necessary to get a lot of men together for the show of the thing. Otherwise the world will not believe. That is the meaning of committees. But the real work must always be done by 1 or 2 men. Come, I'll go and get ready for dinner." The subject, the one real subject, had thus been altogether avoided at this first meeting with the man of the house, and the evening passed without any allusion to it. Much was made of the children, and much was said of the old people at home, but still there was a consciousness over them all that the matter of importance was being kept in the background. They were all thinking of Harry Clavering, but no one mentioned his name. They all knew that they were unhappy and heavy-hearted through his fault, but no one blamed him. He had been received in that house with open arms, had been warmed in their bosom, and had stung them. But though they were all smarting from the sting, they uttered no complaint. Burton had made up his mind that it would be better to pass over the matter thus in silence, to say nothing further of Harry Clavering. A misfortune had come upon them. They must bear it, and go on as before. Harry had been admitted into the London office on the footing of a paid clerk, on the same footing, indeed, as Burton himself, though with a much smaller salary and inferior work. This position had been accorded to him of course through the Burton interest, and it was understood that if he chose to make himself useful, he could rise in the business as Theodore had risen. But he could only do so as one of the Burtons. For the last 3 months he had declined to take his salary, alleging that private affairs had kept him away from the office. It was to the hands of Theodore Burton himself that such matters came for management, and therefore there had been no necessity for further explanation. Harry Clavering would of course leave the house, and there would be an end of him in the records of the Burton family. He would have come and made his mark, a terrible mark, and would have passed on. Those whom he had bruised by his cruelty and knocked over by his treachery must get to their feet again as best they could, and say as little as might be of their fall. There are knaves in this world, and no one can suppose that he has a special right to be exempted from their knavery because he himself is honest. It is on the honest that the knaves prey. That was Burton's theory in this matter. He would learn from Cecilia how Florence was bearing herself. But to Florence herself he would say little or nothing if she bore with patience and dignity, as he believed she would, the calamity which had befallen her. But he must write to his mother. The old people at Stratton must not be left in the dark as to what was going on. He must write to his mother, unless he could learn from his wife that Florence herself had communicated to them at home the fact of Harry's iniquity. But he asked no question as to this on the first night, and on the following morning he went off, having simply been told that Florence had seen Harry's letter, that she knew all, and that she was carrying herself like an angel. "Not like an angel that hopes," said Theodore. "Let her alone for a day or two," said Cecilia. "Of course she must have a few days to think of it. I need hardly tell you that you will never have to be ashamed of your sister." The Tuesday and the Wednesday passed by, and though Cecilia and Florence when together discussed the matter, no change was made in the wishes or thoughts of either of them. Florence, now that she was in town, had consented to remain till after Harry should return, on the understanding that she should not be called upon to see him. He was to be told that she forgave him altogether, that his troth was returned to him, and that he was free, but that in such circumstances a meeting between them could be of no avail. And then a little packet was made up, which was to be given to him. How was it that Florence had brought with her all his presents and all his letters? But there they were, in her box upstairs, and sitting by herself with weary fingers, she packed them, and left them packed under lock and key, addressed by herself to Harry Clavering, Esquire. Oh, the misery of packing such a parcel! The feeling with which a woman does it is never experienced by a man. He chucks the things together in wrath. The lock of hair, the letters in the pretty Italian hand that have taken so much happy care in the writing, the jewelled shirt studs which were first put in by the fingers that gave them, they are thrown together and given to some other woman to deliver. But the girl lingers over her torture. She reads the letters again. She thinks of the moments of bliss which each little toy has given. She is loath to part with everything. She would fain keep some one thing, the smallest of them all. She doubts, till a feeling of maidenly reserve constrains her at last, and the coveted trifle, with careful, painstaking fingers, is put with the rest, and the parcel is made complete, and the address is written with precision. "Of course I cannot see him," said Florence. "You will hand to him what I have to send to him, and you must ask him, if he has kept any of my letters, to return them." She said nothing of the shirt studs, but he would understand that. As for the lock of hair, doubtless it had been burned. Cecilia said but little in answer to this. She would not as yet look upon the matter as Florence looked at it, and as Theodore did also. Harry was to be back in town on Thursday morning. He could not, probably, be seen or heard of on that day, because of his visit to Lady Ongar. It was absolutely necessary that he should see Lady Ongar before he could come to Onslow Terrace, with possibility of becoming once more the old Harry Clavering whom they were all to love. But Mrs. Burton would by no means give up all hope. It was useless to say anything to Florence, but she still hoped that good might come. And then, as she thought of it all, a project came into her head. Alas and alas! Was she not too late with her project? Why had she not thought of it on the Tuesday or early on the Wednesday, when it might possibly have been executed? But it was a project which she must have kept secret from her husband, of which he would by no means have approved. And as she remembered this, she told herself that perhaps it was as well that things should take their own course, without such interference as she had contemplated.
On the Thursday morning there came to her a letter in a strange hand. It was from Clavering, from Harry's mother. Mrs. Clavering wrote, as she said, at her son's request, to say that he was confined to his bed, and could not be in London as soon as he expected. Mrs. Burton was not to suppose that he was really ill, and none of the family were to be frightened. From this Mrs. Burton learned that Mrs. Clavering knew nothing of Harry's apostasy. The letter went on to say that Harry would write as soon as he himself was able, and would probably be in London early next week, at any rate before the end of it. He was a little feverish, but there was no cause for alarm. Florence, of course, could only listen and turn pale. Now, at any rate, she must remain in London. Mrs. Burton's project might, after all, be feasible. But then what if her husband should really be angry with her? That was a misfortune which never yet had come upon her. End of chapter 38. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Recording by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia, USA. The Claverings by Anthony Trollope, Chapter 39. Showing why Harry Clavering was wanted at the rectory. The letter which had summoned Harry to the parsonage had been from his mother, and had begged him to come to Clavering at once, as trouble had come upon them from an unexpected source. His father had quarrelled with Mr. Saul. The rector and the curate had had an interview in which there had been high words, and Mr. Clavering had refused to see Mr. Saul again. Fanny also was in great trouble, and the parish was, as it were, in hot water. Mrs. Clavering thought that Harry had better run down to Clavering and see Mr. Saul. Harry, not unwillingly, acceded to his mother's request, much wondering at the source of this new misfortune. As to Fanny, she, as he believed, had held out no encouragement to Mr. Saul's overtures. When Mr. Saul had proposed to her, making that first offer of which Harry had been aware, nothing could have been more steadfast than her rejection of the gentleman's hand. Harry had regarded Mr. Saul as little less than mad to think of such a thing, but, thinking of him as a man very different in his ways and feelings from other men, had believed that he might go on at Clavering comfortably as curate in spite of that little accident. It appeared, however, that he was not going on comfortably, but Harry, when he left London, could not quite imagine how such violent discomfort should have arisen that the rector and the curate would be unable to meet each other. If the reader will allow me, I will go back a little and explain this. The reader already knows what Fanny's brother did not know, namely, that Mr. Saul had pressed his suit again, and had pressed it very strongly, and he also knows that Fanny's reception of the second offer was very different from her reception of the first. She had begun to doubt whether her first judgment as to Mr. Saul's character had not been unjust, to doubt whether in addressing her he was not right, seeing that his love for her was so strong, to doubt whether she did not like him better than she had thought she did, to doubt whether an engagement with a penniless curate was in truth a position utterly to be reprehended and avoided. Young penniless curates must love somebody, as well as young beneficed vicars and rectors, and then Mr. Saul pleaded his cause so well. She did not at once speak to her mother on the matter, and the fact that she had a secret made her very wretched. She had left Mr. Saul in doubt, giving him no answer, and he had said that he would ask her again in a few days what was to be his fate. She hardly knew how to tell her mother of this till she had told herself what were her own wishes. She thoroughly desired to have her mother in her confidence, and promised herself that it should be so before Mr. Saul renewed his suit. He was a man who was never hurried or impatient in his doings. But Fanny put off the interview with her mother, and put off her own final resolution till it was too late, and Mr. Saul came upon her again when she was but ill prepared for him. A woman, when she doubts whether she loves or does not love, is inclined 5 parts out of 6 toward the man of whom she is thinking. When a woman doubts, she is lost, the cynics say. I simply assert, being no cynic, that when a woman doubts, she is won. The more Fanny thought of Mr. Saul, the more she felt that he was not the man for whom she had first taken him, that he was of larger dimensions as regarded spirit, manhood, and heart, and better entitled to a woman's love. She would not tell herself that she was attached to him, but in all her arguments with herself against him, she rested her objection mainly on the fact that he had but £70 a year. And then the threatened attack, the attack that was to be final, came upon her before she was prepared for it. They had been together as usual during the intervening time. It was indeed impossible that they should not be together. Since she had first begun to doubt about Mr. Saul, she had been more diligent than heretofore in visiting the poor and in attending to her school, as though she were recognizing the duty which would specially be hers if she were to marry such a one as he. And thus they had been brought together more than ever. All this her mother had seen, and seeing had trembled, but she had not thought it wise to say anything till Fanny should speak. Fanny was very good and very prudent. It could not be but that Fanny should know how impossible must be such a marriage. As to the rector, he had no suspicions on the matter. Saul had made himself an ass on one occasion, and there had been an end of it. As a curate, Saul was invaluable, and therefore the fact of his having made himself an ass had been forgiven him. It was thus that the rector looked at it. It was hardly more than 10 days since the last walk in Cumberly Lane when Mr. Saul renewed the attack. He did it again on the same spot and at the same hour of the day. Twice a week, always on the same days, he was in the chapel up at this end of the parish, and on these days he could always find Fanny on her way home. When he put his head in at the little school door and asked for her, her mind misgave her. He had not walked home with her since, and though he had been in the school with her often, had always left her there, going about his own business, as though he were by no means desirous of her company. Now the time had come, and Fanny felt that she was not prepared, but she took up her hat and went out to him, knowing that there was no escape. "So, Miss Clavering," said he, "have you thought of what I was saying to you?" To this she made no answer, but merely played with the point of the parasol which she held in her hand. "You cannot but have thought of it," he continued. "You could not dismiss it altogether from your thoughts." "I have thought about it, of course," she said. "And what does your mind say? Or rather, what does your heart say? Both should speak, but I would sooner hear the heart first." "I am sure, Mr. Saul, that it is quite impossible." "In what way impossible?" "Papa would not allow it." "Have you asked him?" "Oh dear, no." "Or Mrs. Clavering?" Fanny blushed as she remembered how she had permitted the days to go by without asking her mother's counsel. "No, I have spoken to no one. Why should I, when I knew that it is impossible?" "May I speak to Mr. Clavering?" To this Fanny made no immediate answer, and then Mr. Saul urged the question again. "May I speak to your father?" Fanny felt that she was assenting, even in that she did not answer such a question by an immediate refusal of her permission, and yet she did not mean to assent. "Miss Clavering," he said, "if you regard me with affection, you have no right to refuse me this request. I tell you so boldly. If you feel for me that love which would enable you to accept me as your husband, it is your duty to tell me so, your duty to me, to yourself, and to your God." Fanny did not quite see the thing in this light, and yet she did not wish to contradict him. At this moment she forgot that in order to put herself on perfectly firm ground, she should have gone back to the first hypothesis and assured him that she did not feel any such regard for him. Mr. Saul, whose intellect was more acute, took advantage of her here, and chose to believe that that matter of her affection was now conceded to him. He knew what he was doing well, and is open to a charge of some Jesuitry. Mr. Saul, said Fanny, with grave prudence, it cannot be right for people to marry when they have nothing to live upon. When she had shown him so plainly that she had no other piece left on the board to play than this, the game may be said to have been won on his side. If that be your sole objection, said he, you cannot but think it right that I and your father should discuss it. To this she made no reply whatever, and they walked along the lane for a considerable way in silence. Mr. Saul would have been glad to have had the interview over now, feeling that in any future meeting he would have stronger power of assuming the position of an accepted lover than he would do now. Another man would have desired to get from her lips a decided word of love, to take her hand perhaps, and to feel some response from it, to go further than this, as is not unlikely, and plead for the happy indulgences of an accepted lover. But Mr. Saul abstained, and was wise in abstaining. She had not so far committed herself but that she might even now have drawn back, had he pressed her too hard. For hand-pressing and the titillations of love-making Mr. Saul was not adapted, but he was a man who, having once loved, would love on to the end. The way, however, was too long to be completed without further speech. Fanny, as she walked, was struggling to find some words by which she might still hold her ground, but the words were not forthcoming. It seemed to herself that she was being carried away by this man, because she had suddenly lost her remembrance of all negatives. The more she struggled, the more she failed, and at last gave it up in despair. Let Mr. Saul say what he would, it was impossible that they should be married. All his arguments about duty were nonsense. It could not be her duty to marry a man who would have to starve in his attempt to keep her. She wished she had told him at first that she did not love him, but that seemed to be too late now. The moment that she was in the house, she would go to her mother and tell her everything. "Miss Clavering," said he, "I shall see your father to-morrow." "No, no," she ejaculated. "I shall certainly do so in any event. I shall either tell him that I must leave the parish, explaining to him why I must go, or I shall ask him to let me remain here in the hope that I may become his son-in-law. You will not now tell me that I am to go?" Fanny was again silent, her memory failing her as to either negative or affirmative that would be of service. "To stay here hopeless would be impossible to me. Now I am not hopeless. Now I am full of hope. I think I could be happy, though I had to wait as Jacob waited." "And perhaps have Jacob's consolation," said Fanny. She was lost by the joke, and he knew it. A grim smile of satisfaction crossed his thin face as he heard it, and there was a feeling of triumph at his heart. "I am hardly fitted to be a patriarch, as the patriarchs were of old," he said. "Though the 7 years should be prolonged to 14, I do not think I should seek any Leah." They were soon at the gate, and his work for that evening was done. He would go home to his solitary room at a neighbouring farmhouse, and sit in triumph as he ate his morsel of cold mutton by himself. He, without any advantages of person to back him, poor, friendless, hitherto conscious that he was unfitted to mix even in ordinary social life, he had won the heart of the fairest woman he had ever seen. "You will give me your hand at parting?" he said, whereupon she tendered it to him with her eyes fixed upon the ground. "I hope we understand each other," he continued. "You may at any rate understand this, that I love you with all my heart and all my strength. If things prosper with me, all my prosperity shall be for you. If there be no prosperity for me, you shall be my only consolation in this world. You are my Alpha and my Omega, my first and last, my beginning and end, my everything, my all." Then he turned away and left her, and there had come no negative from her lips. As far as her lips were concerned, no negative was any longer possible to her. She went into the house, knowing that she must at once seek her mother, but she allowed herself first to remain for some half hour in her own bedroom, preparing the words that she would use. The interview, she knew, would be difficult, much more difficult than it would have been before her last walk with Mr. Saul, and the worst of it was that she could not quite make up her mind as to what it was that she wished to say. She waited till she could hear her mother's step on the stairs. At last Mrs. Clavering came up to dress, and then Fanny, following her quickly into her bedroom, abruptly began. "Mamma," she said, "I want to speak to you very much." "Well, my dear?" "But you mustn't be in a hurry, mamma." Miss Clavering looked at her watch, and declaring that it still wanted 3/4 of an hour to dinner, promised that she would not be very much in a hurry. "Mamma, Mr. Saul has been speaking to me again." "Has he, my dear? You cannot, of course, help it if he chooses to speak to you, but he ought to know that it is very foolish. It must end in his having to leave us." "That is what he says, mamma. He says he must go away unless—" "Unless what?" "Unless I will consent that he shall remain here as your accepted lover. Is that it, Fanny?" "Yes, mamma." "Then he must go, I suppose. What else can any of us say? I shall be sorry both for his sake and for your papa's." Miss Clavering, as she said this, looked at her daughter, and saw at once that this edict on her part did not settle the difficulty. There was that in Fanny's face which showed trouble, and the necessity of further explanation. "Is not that what you think yourself, my dear?" Miss Clavering asked. "I should be very sorry if he had to leave the parish on my account." "We shall all feel that, dearest, but what can we do? I presume you don't wish him to remain as your lover?" "I don't know, mamma," said Fanny. It was then as Mrs. Clavering had feared. Indeed, from the first word that Fanny had spoken on the present occasion, she had almost been sure of the facts as they now were. To her father it would appear wonderful that his daughter should have come to love such a man as Mr. Saul, but Mrs. Clavering knew better than he how far perseverance will go with women, perseverance joined with high mental capacity and with high spirit to back it. She was grieved but not surprised, and would at once have accepted the idea of Mr. Saul becoming her son-in-law, had not the poverty of the man been so much against him. "Do you mean, my dear, that you wish him to remain here after what he has said to you? That would be tantamount to accepting him. You understand that, Fanny, dear?" "I suppose it would, mamma." "And is that what you mean? Come, dearest, tell me the whole of it. What have you said to him yourself? What has he been led to think from the answer you have given him to day?" "He says that he means to see papa to morrow." "But is he to see him with your consent?" Fanny had hitherto placed herself in the nook of a bow window which looked out into the garden, and there, though she was near to the dressing table at which her mother was sitting, she could so far screen herself as almost to hide her face when she was speaking. From this retreat her mother found it necessary to withdraw her, so she rose, and going to a sofa in the room, bade her daughter come and sit beside her. "A doctor, my dear, can never do any good," she said, "unless the patient will tell him everything. Have you told Mr. Saul that he may see papa, as coming from you, you know?" "No, mamma, I did not tell him that. I told him that it would be altogether impossible because we should be so poor." "He ought to have known that himself." "But I don't think he ever thinks of such things as that, mamma. I can't tell you quite what he said, but it went to show that he didn't regard money at all." "But that is nonsense, is it not, Fanny? What he means is, not that people, if they are fond of each other, ought to marry at once when they have got nothing to live upon, but that they ought to tell each other so, and then be content to wait. I suppose he thinks that some day he may have a living." "But, Fanny, are you fond of him, and have you ever told him so?" "I have never told him so, mamma." "But you are fond of him?" To this question Fanny made no answer, and now Mrs. Clavering knew it all. She felt no inclination to scold her daughter, or even to point out in very strong language how foolish Fanny had been in allowing a man to engage her affections merely by asking for them. The thing was a misfortune, and should have been avoided by the departure of Mr. Saul from the parish after his first declaration of love. He had been allowed to remain for the sake of the rector's comfort, and the best must now be made of it. That Mr. Saul must now go was certain, and Fanny must endure the weariness of an attachment with an absent lover to which her father would not consent. It was very bad, but Mrs. Clavering did not think that she could make it better by attempting to scold her daughter into renouncing the man. "I suppose you would like me to tell papa all this before Mr. Saul comes to-morrow?" "If you think it best, mamma." "And you mean, dear, that you would wish to accept him, only that he has no income?" "I think so, mamma." "Have you told him so?" "I did not tell him so, but he understands it." "If you did not tell him so, you might still think of it again." But Fanny had surrendered herself now, and was determined to make no further attempt at sending the garrison up to the wall. "I am sure, mamma, that if he were well off like Edward, I should accept him. It is only because he has no income." "But you have not told him that?" "I would not tell him anything without your consent and papa's. He said he should go to papa to-morrow, and I could not prevent that. I did say that I knew it was quite impossible." The mischief was done, and there was no help for it. Mrs. Clavering told her daughter that she would talk it all over with the rector that night, so that Fanny was able to come down to dinner without fearing any further scene on that evening. But on the following morning she did not appear at prayers, nor was she present at the breakfast table. Her mother went to her early, and she immediately asked if it was considered necessary that she should see her father before Mr. Saul came. But this was not required of her. "Papa says that it is out of the question," said Mrs. Clavering. "I told him so myself," said Fanny, beginning to whimper. "And there must be no engagements," said Mrs. Clavering. "No, mamma, I haven't engaged myself. I told him it was impossible." "And papa thinks that Mr. Saul must leave him," continued Mrs. Clavering. "I knew papa would say that, but, mamma, I shall not forget him for that reason." To this Mrs. Clavering made no reply, and Fanny was allowed to remain upstairs till Mr. Saul had come and gone. Very soon after breakfast Mr. Saul did come. His presence at the rectory was so common that the servants were not generally summoned to announce his arrivals, but his visits were made to Mrs. Clavering and Fanny more often than to the rector. On this occasion he rang the bell and asked for Mr. Clavering, and was shown into the rector's so-called study in a way that the maid servant felt to be unusual. And the rector was sitting uncomfortably prepared for the visit, not having had his after-breakfast cigar. He had been induced to declare that he was not and would not be angry with Fanny, but Mr. Saul was left to such indignation as he thought it incumbent upon himself to express. In his opinion the marriage was impossible, not only because there was no money, but because Mr. Saul was Mr. Saul, and because Fanny Clavering was Fanny Clavering. Mr. Saul was a gentleman, but that was all that could be said of him. There is a class of country clergymen in England, of whom Mr. Clavering was one, and his son-in-law Mr. Fielding another, which is so closely allied to the squirearchy as to possess a double identity. Such clergymen are not only clergymen, but they are country gentlemen also. Mr. Clavering regarded clergymen of his class, of the country gentleman class, as being quite distinct from all others, and as being, I may say, very much higher than all others, without reference to any money question. When meeting his brother rectors and vicars, he had quite a different tone in addressing them, as they might belong to his class or to another. There was no offence in this. The clerical country gentleman understood it all as though there were some secret sign or shibboleth between them. But the outsiders had no complaint to make of arrogance, and did not feel themselves aggrieved. They hardly knew that there was an inner clerical familiarity to which they were not admitted. But now that there was a young curate from the outer circle demanding Mr. Clavering's daughter in marriage, and that without a shilling in his pocket, Mr. Clavering felt that the eyes of the offender must be opened. The nuisance to him was very great, but this opening of Mr. Saul's eyes was a duty from which he could not shrink. He got up when the curate entered, and greeted his curate as though he were unaware of the purpose of the present visit. The whole burden of the story was to be thrown upon Mr. Saul, but that gentleman was not long in casting the burden from his shoulders. "Mr. Clavering," he said, "I have come to ask your permission to be a suitor for your daughter's hand." The rector was almost taken aback by the abruptness of the request. "Quite impossible, Mr. Saul," he said, "quite impossible. I am told by Mrs. Clavering that you were speaking to Fanny again about this yesterday, and I must say that I think you have been behaving very badly." "In what way have I behaved badly?" "In endeavouring to gain her affections behind my back." "But, Mr. Clavering, how otherwise could I gain them? How otherwise does any man gain any woman's love? If you mean—" "Look here, Mr. Saul, I don't think that there is any necessity for an argument between you and me on this point. That you cannot marry Miss Clavering is so self-evident that it does not require to be discussed. If there were nothing else against it, neither of you have got a penny. I have not seen my daughter since I heard of this madness. Hear me out, if you please, sir. Since I heard of this madness, but her mother tells me that she is quite aware of that fact. Your coming to me with such a proposition is an absurdity, if it is nothing worse. Now you must do one of two things, Mr. Saul. You must either promise me that this shall be at an end altogether, or you must leave the parish." "I certainly shall not promise you that my hopes as they regard your daughter will be at an end." "Then, Mr. Saul, the sooner you go the better." A dark cloud came across Mr. Saul's brow as he heard these last words. "That is the way in which you would send away your groom if he had offended you," he said. "I do not wish to be unnecessarily harsh," said Mr. Clavering, "and what I said to you now I say to you not as my curate, but as to a most unwarranted suitor for my daughter's hand. Of course I cannot turn you out of the parish at a day's notice. I know that well enough. But your feelings as a gentleman ought to make you aware that you should go at once." "And that is to be my only answer?" "What answer did you expect?" "I have been thinking so much lately of the answers I might get from your daughter that I have not made other calculations. Perhaps I had no right to expect any other than that you have now given." "Of course you had not. And now I ask you again to give her up." "I shall not do that, certainly." "Then, Mr. Saul, you must go, and inconvenient as it will be to myself, terribly inconvenient, I must ask you to go at once. Of course I cannot allow you to meet my daughter any more. As long as you remain she will be debarred from going to her school, and you will be debarred from coming here." "If I say that I will not seek her at the school?" "I will not have it. It is out of the question that you should remain in the parish. You ought to feel it." "Mr. Clavering, my going, I mean my instant going, is a matter of which I have not yet thought. I must consider it before I give you an answer." "It ought to require no consideration," said Mr. Clavering, rising from his chair. "None at all, not a moment's. Heaven and earth! Why, what did you suppose you were to live upon? But I won't discuss it. I will not say one more word upon a subject which is so distasteful to me. You must excuse me if I leave you." Mr. Saul then departed, and from this interview had arisen that state of things in the parish which had induced Mrs. Clavering to call Harry to their assistance. The rector had become more energetic on the subject than any of them had expected. He did not actually forbid his wife to see Mr. Saul, but he did say that Mr. Saul should not come to the rectory. Then there arose a question as to the Sunday services, And yet Mr. Clavering would have no intercourse with his curate. He would have no intercourse with him unless he would fix an immediate day for going, or else promise that he would think no more of Fanny. Hitherto he had done neither, and therefore Mrs. Clavering had sent for her son. End of chapter 39. Recording by Bob Strigley, Charlottesville, Virginia. The Claverings, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 40. Mr. Saul's Abode. When Harry Clavering left London he was not well, though he did not care to tell himself that he was ill. But he had been so harassed by his position, was so ashamed of himself, and as yet so unable to see any escape from his misery, that he was sore with fatigue and almost worn out with trouble. On his arrival at the parsonage, his mother at once asked him if he was ill, and received his petulant denial with an ill-satisfied countenance. That there was something wrong between him and Florence she suspected, but at the present moment she was not disposed to inquire into that matter. Harry's love affairs had for her a great interest, but Fanny's love affairs at the present moment were paramount in her bosom. Fanny, indeed, had become very troublesome since Mr. Saul's visit to her father. On the evening of her conversation with her mother, and on the following morning, Fanny had carried herself with bravery, and Mrs. Clavering had been disposed to think that her daughter's heart was not wounded deeply. She had admitted the impossibility of her marriage with Mr. Saul, and had never insisted on the strength of her attachment. But no sooner was she told that Mr. Saul had been banished from the house, than she took upon herself to mope in the most lovelorn fashion, and behaved herself as though she were the victim of an all-absorbing passion. Between her and her father no word on the subject had been spoken, and even to her mother she was silent, respectful, and subdued, as it becomes daughters to be who are hardly used when they are in love. Now Mrs. Clavering felt that in this her daughter was not treating her well. "But you don't mean to say that she cares for him?" Harry said to his mother when they were alone on the evening of his arrival. "Yes, she cares for him, certainly. As far as I can tell, she cares for him very much." "It is the oddest thing I ever knew in my life. I should have said he was the last man in the world for success of that kind." "One can never tell, Harry. You see, he is a very good young man." "But girls don't fall in love with men because they're good, mother." "I hope they do, for that and other things together. But he has got none of the other things. What a pity it was that he was let to stay here after he first made a fool of himself." "It is too late to think of that now, Harry. Of course she can't marry him. They would have nothing to live on. I should say that he has no prospect of a living." "I can't conceive how a man can do such a wicked thing," said Harry, moralizing and forgetting for a moment his own sins. "Coming into a house like this, and in such a position, and then undermining a girl's affections when he must know that it is quite out of the question that he should marry her. I call it downright wicked. It is treachery of the worst sort, and coming from a clergyman is, of course, the more to be condemned. I shan't be slow to tell him my mind." "You will gain nothing by quarrelling with him." "But how can I help it if I am to see him at all?" "I mean that I would not be rough with him. The great thing is to make him feel that he should go away as soon as possible, and renounce all idea of seeing Fanny again. You see, your father will have no conversation with him at all, and it is so disagreeable about the services. They'll have to meet in the vestry room on Sunday, and they won't speak. Will not that be terrible? Anything will be better than that he should remain here." "And what will my father do for a curate?" "He can't do anything till he knows when Mr. Saul will go. He talks of taking all the services himself." "He couldn't do it, mother. He must not think of it. However, I'll see Saul the first thing to-morrow." The next day was Tuesday, and Harry proposed to leave the rectory at 10 o'clock for Mr. Saul's lodgings. Before he did so, he had a few words with his father, who professed even deeper animosity against Mr. Saul than his son. "After that," he said, "I'll believe that a girl may fall in love with any man. People say all manner of things about the folly of girls, but nothing short of this, would have convinced me that it was possible that Fanny should have been such a fool. An ape of a fellow, not made like a man, with a thin hatchet face, and unwholesome stubbly chin. Good heavens!" "He has talked her into it." "But he is such an ass! As far as I know him, he can't say boo to a goose." "There I think you are perhaps wrong." "Upon my word, I've never been able to get a word from him except about the parish. He is the most uncompanionable fellow. There's Edward Fielding is as active a clergyman as Saul, but Edward Fielding has something to say for himself." "Saul is a cleverer man than Edward is, but his cleverness is of a different sort." "It is of a sort that is very invisible to me. But what does it all matter? He hasn't got a shilling. When I was a curate we didn't think of doing such things as that." Mr. Clavering had only been a curate for 12 months, and during that time had become engaged to his present wife, with the consent of every one concerned. "But clergymen were gentlemen then. I don't know what the church will come to. I don't indeed." After this Harry went away upon his mission. What a farce it was that he should be engaged to make straight the affairs of other people, when his own affairs were so very crooked. As he walked up to the old farmhouse in which Mr. Saul was living, he thought of this, and acknowledged to himself that he could hardly make himself in earnest about his sister's affairs because of his own troubles. He tried to fill himself with a proper feeling of dignified wrath and high paternal indignation against the poor curate, but under it all, and at the back of it all, and in front of it all, there was ever present to him his own position. Did he wish to escape from Lady Ongar? And if so, how was he to do it? And if he did not escape from Lady Ongar, how was he ever to hold up his head again? He had sent a note to Mr. Saul on the previous evening, giving notice of his intended visit, and had received an answer in which the curate had promised that he would be at home. He had never been in Mr. Saul's room, and as he entered it felt more strongly than ever how incongruous was the idea of Mr. Saul as a suitor to his sister. The Claverings had always had things comfortable around them. They were a people who had ever lived on Brussels carpets, and had seated themselves in capacious chairs. Ormolu, damask hangings, and Sèvres china were not familiar to them, but they had never lacked anything that was needed for the comfort of the first-class clerical world. Mr. Saul, in his abode, boasted but few comforts. He inhabited a big bedroom in which there was a vast fireplace and a very small grate, the grate being very much more modern than the fireplace. There was a small rag of a carpet near the hearth, and on this stood a large deal table, a table made of unalloyed deal, without any mendacious paint, putting forward a pretence in the direction of mahogany. One wooden Windsor armchair, very comfortable in its way, was appropriated to the use of Mr. Saul himself, and 2 other small wooden chairs flanked the other side of the fireplace. In one distant corner stood Mr. Saul's small bed, and in another distant corner stood his small dressing table. Against the wall stood a rickety deal press in which he kept his clothes. Other furniture there was none. One of the large windows facing toward the farmyard had been permanently closed, and in the wide embrasure was placed a portion of Mr. Saul's library, books which he had brought with him from college, and on the ground under this closed window were arranged the others, making a long row, which stretched from the bed to the dressing table, very pervious, I fear, to the attacks of mice. The big table near the fireplace was covered with books and papers, and, alas, with dust, for he had fallen into that terrible habit which prevails among bachelors of allowing his work to remain ever open, never finished, always confused, with papers above books, and books above papers, looking as though no useful product could ever be made to come forth from such chaotic elements. But there Mr. Saul composed his sermons, and studied his Bible, and followed up, no doubt, some special darling pursuit which his ambition dictated. But there he did not eat his meals. That had been made impossible by the pile of papers and dust. and his chop, therefore, or his broiled rasher, or bit of pig's fry, was deposited for him on the little dressing table, and there consumed. Such was the solitary apartment of the gentleman who now aspired to the hand of Miss Clavering, and for this accommodation, including attendance, he paid the reasonable sum of £10 per annum. He then had £60 left with which to feed himself, clothe himself like a gentleman, a duty somewhat neglected, and perform his charities. Harry Clavering, as he looked around him, felt almost ashamed of his sister. The walls were whitewashed and stained in many places, and the floor in the middle of the room seemed to be very rotten. What young man who has himself dwelt ever in comfort would like such a house for his sister? Mr. Saul, however, came forward with no marks of visible shame on his face, and greeted his visitor frankly with an open hand. "You came down from London yesterday, I suppose?" said Mr. Saul. "Just so," said Harry. "Take a seat." And Mr. Saul suggested the armchair, but Harry contented himself with one of the others. "I hope Mrs. Clavering is well?" "Quite well," said Harry cheerfully. "And your father and sister?" "Quite well, thank you," said Harry very stiffly. "I would have come down to you at the rectory," said Mr. Saul, "instead of bringing you up here, only, as you have heard, no doubt, I and your father have unfortunately had a difference." This Mr. Saul said without any apparent effort, and then left Harry to commence the further conversation. "Of course you know what I'm come here about," said Harry. "Not exactly, at any rate not so clearly but what I would wish you to tell me." "You have gone to my father as a suitor for my sister's hand." "Yes, I have." "Now you must know that that is altogether impossible, a thing not to be even talked of." "So your father says. I need not tell you that I was very sorry to hear him speak in that way." "But, my dear fellow, you can't really be in earnest. You can't suppose it possible that he would allow such an engagement?" "As to the latter question I have no answer to give, but I certainly was and certainly am in earnest." "Then I must say that I think you have a very erroneous idea of what the conduct of a gentleman should be." "Stop a moment, Clavering," said Mr. Saul, rising and standing with his back to the big fireplace. "Don't allow yourself to say in a hurry words which you will afterward regret. I do not think you can have intended to come here and tell me that I am not a gentleman." "I don't want to have an argument with you, but you must give it up, that's all." "Give what up? If you mean give up your sister, I certainly shall never do that. She may give me up, and if you have anything to say on that head, you had better say it to her." "What right can you have without a shilling in the world?" "I should have no right to marry her in such a condition, with your father's consent, or without it. It is a thing which I have never proposed to myself for a moment, or to her." "And what have you proposed to yourself?" Mr. Saul paused a moment before he spoke, looking down at the dusty heaps on his table, as though hoping that inspiration might come to him from them. "I will tell you what I have proposed," said he, at last, "as nearly as I can put it into words. I propose to myself to have the image in my heart of one human being whom I can love above all the world beside. I propose to hope that I, as others, may some day marry, and that she whom I so love may become my wife. I propose to bear with such courage as I can much certain delay, and probable absolute failure in all this, and I propose also to expect, no, hardly to expect, that that which I will do for her, she will do for me. Now you know all my mind, and you may be sure of this, that I will instigate your sister to no disobedience." "Of course she will not see you again." "I shall think that hard after what has passed between us, but I certainly shall not endeavour to see her clandestinely." "And under these circumstances, Mr. Saul, of course you must leave us." "So your father says." "But leave us at once, I mean. It cannot be comfortable that you and my father should go on in the parish together in this way." "What does your father mean by at once?" "The sooner the better, say in 2 months' time at furthest." "Very well, I will go in 2 months' time. I have no other home to go to, and no other means of livelihood. But as your father wishes it, I will go at the end of 2 months. As I comply with this, I hope my request to see your sister once before I go will not be refused. It could do no good, Mr. Saul. To me it would do great good, and, as I think, no harm to her. My father, I am sure, will not allow it. Indeed, why should he? Nor, as I understand, would my sister wish it. Has she said so? Not to me, but she has acknowledged that any idea of a marriage between herself and you is quite impossible. And after that, I'm sure she'll have too much sense to wish for an interview. If there is anything further that I can do for you, I shall be most happy. Mr. Saul did not see that Harry Clavering could do anything for him, and then Harry took his leave. The rector, when he heard of the arrangement, expressed himself as in some sort satisfied. 1 month would have been better than 2, but then it could hardly be expected that Mr. Saul could take himself away instantly without looking for a hole in which to lay his head. Of course it is understood that he is not to see her, the rector said. In answer to this, Harry explained what had taken place, expressing his opinion that Mr. Saul would at any rate keep his word. Interview, indeed, said the rector. It is the man's audacity that most astonishes me. It passes me to think how such a fellow can dare to propose such a thing. What is it that he expects as the end of it? Then Harry endeavoured to repeat what Mr. Saul had said as to his own expectations, but he was quite aware that he failed to make his father understand those expectations as he had understood them when the words came from Mr. Saul's own mouth. Harry Clavering had acknowledged to himself that it was impossible not to respect the poor curate. To Mrs. Clavering, of course, fell the task of explaining to Fanny what had been done and what was going to be done. He is to go away, my dear, at the end of 2 months. Very well, mamma. And of course you and he are not to meet before that. Of course not, if you and papa say so. I have told your papa that it will only be necessary to tell you this, and that then you can go to your school just as usual, if you please. Neither papa nor I would doubt your word for a moment. But what can I do if he comes to me? Asked Fanny, almost whimpering. He has said that he will not, and we do not doubt his word either. That I am sure you need not. Whatever anybody may say, Mr. Saul is as much a gentleman as though he had the best living in the diocese. No one ever knew him break his word, not a hair's breadth, or do anything else that he ought not to do. And Fanny, as she pronounced this rather strong eulogium, began to sob. Mrs. Clavering felt that Fanny was headstrong and almost ill-natured in speaking in this tone of her lover after the manner in which she had been treated. But there could be no use in discussing Mr. Saul's virtues, and therefore she let the matter drop. "If you will take my advice," she said, "you will go about your occupations just as usual. You'll soon recover your spirits in that way." "I don't want to recover my spirits," said Fanny, "but if you wish it, I'll go on with the schools." It was quite manifest now that Fanny intended to play the role of a broken-hearted young lady, and to regard the absent Mr. Saul with passionate devotion. That this should be so, Mrs. Clavering felt to be the more cruel because no such tendencies had been shown before the paternal sentence against Mr. Saul had been passed. Fanny, in telling her own tale, had begun by declaring that any such engagement was an impossibility. She had not asked permission to have Mr. Saul for a lover. She had given no hint that she even hoped for such permission. But now, when that was done which she herself had almost dictated, she took upon herself to live as though she were ill-used as badly as a heroine in a castle among the Apennines. And in this way she would really become deeply in love with Mr. Saul, thinking of all which Mrs. Clavering almost regretted that the edict of banishment had gone forth. It would perhaps have been better to have left Mr. Saul to go about the parish, and to have laughed Fanny out of her fancy, but it was too late now for that, and Mrs. Clavering said nothing further on the subject to any one. On the day following his visit to the farmhouse, Harry Clavering was unwell. too unwell to go back to London, and on the next day he was ill in bed. Then it was that he got his mother to write to Mrs. Burton, and then also he told his mother a part of his troubles. When the letter was written he was very anxious to see it, and was desirous that it should be specially worded, and so written as to make Mrs. Burton certain that he was in truth too ill to come to London, though not ill enough to create alarm. "Why not simply let me say that you are kept here for a day or two?" asked Mrs. Clavering. "Because I promised that I would be in Onslow Terrace to morrow, and she must not think that I would stay away if I could avoid it." Then Mrs. Clavering closed the letter and directed it. When she had done that, and put on it the postage stamp, she asked in a voice that was intended to be indifferent whether Florence was in London, and, hearing that she was so, expressed her surprise that the letter should not be written to Florence. "My engagement was with Mrs. Burton," said Harry. "I hope there is nothing wrong between you and Florence," said his mother. To this question Harry made no immediate answer, and Mrs. Clavering was afraid to press it. But after a while he returned to the subject himself. "Mother," he said, "things are wrong between Florence and me." "Oh, Harry, what has she done?" "It is rather what have I done. As for her, she has simply trusted herself to a man who has been false to her." "Dear Harry, do not say that. What is it that you mean? It is not true about Lady Ongar?" "Then you have heard, mother. Of course I do not know what you have heard, but it can be hardly worse than the truth. But you must not blame her. Whatever fault there may be is all mine." Then he told her much of what had occurred in Bolton Street. We may suppose that he said nothing of that mad caress, nothing perhaps of the final promise which he made to Julia as he last passed out of her presence. But he did give her to understand that he had in some way returned to his old passion for the woman whom he had first loved. I should describe Mrs. Clavering in language too highly eulogistic were I to lead the reader to believe that she was altogether averse to such advantages as would accrue to her son from a marriage so brilliant as that which he might now make with the grandly dowered widow of the late Earl. Mrs. Clavering by no means despised worldly goods, and she had moreover an idea that her highly gifted son was better adapted to the spending than to the making of money. It had come to be believed at the rectory that though Harry had worked very hard at college, as is the case with many highly born young gentlemen, and although he would undoubtedly continue to work hard if he were thrown among congenial occupations such as politics and the like, nevertheless he would never excel greatly in any drudgery that would be necessary for the making of money. There had been something to be proud of in this, but there had of course been more to regret. But now if Harry were to marry Lady Ongar, all trouble on that score would be over. But poor Florence! When Mrs. Clavering allowed herself to think of the matter, she knew that Florence's claims should be held as paramount. And when she thought further, and thought seriously, she knew also that Harry's honour and Harry's happiness demanded that he should be true to the girl to whom his hand had been promised. And then, was not Lady Ongar's name tainted? It might be that she had suffered cruel ill usage in this. It might be that no such taint had been deserved. Mrs. Clavering could plead the injured woman's cause when speaking of it without any close reference to her own belongings. But it would have been very grievous to her, even had there been no Florence Burton in the case, that her son should make his fortune by marrying a woman as to whose character the world was in doubt. She came to him late in the evening, when his sister and father had just left him, and sitting with her hand upon his, spoke one word which perhaps had more weight with Harry than any word that had yet been spoken. "Have you slept, dear?" she said. "A little before my father came in." "My darling," she said, "you will be true to Florence, will you not?" Then there was a pause. "My own Harry, tell me that you will be true when your truth is due." "I will, mother," he said. "My own boy, my darling boy, my own true gentleman." Harry felt that he did not deserve the praise, but praise undeserved, though it may be satire in disguise, is often very useful. End of chapter 40.
Read by Barry O'Neill. The Claverings by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 41. Going to Norway. On the next day Harry was not better, but the doctor said that there was no cause for alarm. He was suffering from a low fever, and his sister had better be kept out of his room. He would not sleep and was restless, and it might be some time before he could return to London. Early in the day the rector came into his son's bedroom, and told him and his mother, who was there, the news which he had just heard from the great house. "Hugh has come home," he said, "and is going out yachting for the rest of the summer. They are going to Norway in Jack Stuart's yacht. Archie is going with them." Now Archie was known to be a great man in a yacht, cognizant of ropes, well up in booms and spars, very intimate with bolts, and one to whose hands a tiller came as naturally as did the saddle of a steeplechase horse to the legs of his friend Doodles. "They are going to fish," said the rector. "But Jack Stuart's yacht is only a river boat, or just big enough for Cowes Harbour, but nothing more," said Harry, roused in his bed to some excitement by the news. "I know nothing about Jack Stuart or his boat either," said the rector, "but that's what they told me. He's down here at any rate, for I saw the servant that came with him." "What a shame it is," said Mrs. Clavering, "a scandalous shame." "You mean his going away?" said the rector. "Of course I do. His leaving her here by herself, all alone. He can have no heart. After losing her child and suffering as she has done, it makes me ashamed of my own name." "You can't alter him, my dear. He has his good qualities and his bad, and the bad ones are by far the more conspicuous." "I don't know any good qualities he has." "He does not get into debt. He will not destroy the property. He will leave the family after him as well off as it was before him. And though he is a hard man, he does nothing actively cruel. Think of Lord Ongar, and then you will remember that there are worse men than Hugh. Not that I like him. I am never comfortable for a moment in his presence. I always feel that he wants to quarrel with me, and that I almost want to quarrel with him." "I detest him," said Harry from beneath the bedclothes. "You won't be troubled with him any more this summer, for he means to be off in less than a week." "And what is she going to do?" asked Mrs. Clavering. "Live here as she has done ever since Julia married. I don't see that it will make much difference to her. He's never with her when he's in England, and I should think she must be more comfortable without him than with him." "It's a great catch for Archie," said Harry. "Archie Clavering is a fool," said Mrs. Clavering. "They say he understands a yacht," said the rector, who then left the room. The rector's news was all true. Sir Hugh Clavering had come down to the park and had announced his intention of going to Norway in Jack Stuart's yacht. Archie also had been invited to join the party. Sir Hugh intended to leave the Thames in about a week, and had not thought it necessary to give his wife any intimation of the fact till he told her himself of his intention. He took, I think, a delight in being thus over harsh in his harshness to her. He proved to himself thus, not only that he was master, but that he would be master without any let or drawback, without compunction, and even without excuses for his ill conduct. There should be no plea put in by him in his absences, that he had only gone to catch a few fish, when his intentions had been other than piscatorial. He intended to do as he liked now and always, and he intended that his wife should know that such was his intention. She was now childless, and therefore he had no other terms to keep with her than those which appertained to her necessities for bed and board. There was the house, and she might live in it, and there were the butchers and the bakers and other tradesmen to supply her wants. Nay, there were the old carriage and the old horses at her disposal, if they could be of any service to her. Such were Sir Hugh Clavering's ideas as to the bonds inflicted upon him by his marriage vows. "I'm going to Norway next week." It was thus Sir Hugh communicated his intention to his wife within 5 minutes of their first greeting. "To Norway, Hugh?" "Yes, why not to Norway? I and 1 or 2 others have got some fishing there. Archie is going too. It will keep him from spending money. or rather from spending money which isn't his. And for how long will you be gone? It was part of Sir Hugh Clavering's theory as to these matters that there should be no lying in the conduct of them. He would not condescend to screen any part of his doings by a falsehood, so he answered this question with exact truth. I don't suppose we shall be back before October. Not before October? No, we are talking of putting in on the coast of Normandy somewhere, and probably may run down to Brittany. I shall be back at any rate for the hunting. As for the partridges, the game has gone so much to the devil here that they are not worth coming for. You'll be away 4 months? I suppose I shall if I don't come back till October. Then he left her, calculating that she would have considered the matter before he returned, and have decided that no good could come to her from complaint. She knew his purpose now, and would no doubt reconcile herself to it quickly, perhaps with a few tears, which would not hurt him if he did not see them. But this blow was almost more than Lady Clavering could bear, was more than she could bear in silence. Why she should have grudged her husband his trip abroad, seeing that his presence in England could hardly have been a solace to her, it is hard to understand. Had he remained in England he would rarely have been at Clavering Park, and when he was at the park he would rarely have given her the benefit of his society. When they were together he was usually scolding her, or else sitting in gloomy silence, as though that phase of his life was almost insupportable to him. He was so unusually disagreeable in his intercourse with her that his absence, one would think, must be preferable to his presence. But women can bear anything better than desertion. Cruelty is bad, but neglect is worse than cruelty, and desertion worse even than neglect. To be treated as though she were not in existence, as though her existence were a nuisance simply to be endured, and as far as possible to be forgotten, was more than even Lady Clavering could bear without complaint. When her husband left her she sat meditating how she might turn against her oppressor. She was a woman not apt for fighting, unlike her sister, who knew well how to use the cudgels in her own behalf. She was timid, not gifted with a full flow of words, prone to sink and become dependent. But she, even she, with all these deficiencies, felt that she must make some stand against the outrage to which she was now to be subjected. "Hugh," she said, when she next saw him, "you can't really mean that you are going to leave me from this time till the winter?" "I said nothing about the winter." "Well, till October." "I said that I was going, and I usually mean what I say." "I cannot believe it, Hugh. I cannot bring myself to think that you will be so cruel." "Look here, Hermy, if you take to calling names I won't stand it." "And I won't stand it either. What am I to do? Am I to be here in this dreadful barrack of a house all alone? How would you like it? Would you bear it for 1 month, let alone 4 or 5? I won't remain here. I tell you that fairly." "Where do you want to go?" "I don't want to go anywhere, but I'll go somewhere and die. I will indeed. I'll destroy myself or something." "Psha!" "Yes, of course it's a joke to you. What have I done to deserve this? Have I ever done anything that you told me not? It's all because of Hughie, my darling. So it is. And it's cruel of you, and not like a husband. And it's not manly. It's very cruel. I didn't think anybody would have been so cruel as you are to me." Then she broke down and burst into tears. "Have you done, Hermy?" said her husband. "No, I've not done." "Then go on again," said he. But in truth she had done, and could only repeat her last accusation. "You're very, very cruel." "You said that before." "And I'll say it again. I'll tell everybody, so I will. I'll tell your uncle at the rectory, and he shall speak to you." "Look here, Hermy, I can bear a deal of nonsense from you, because some women are given to talk nonsense. But if I find you telling tales about me out of this house, and especially to my uncle, or indeed to anybody, I'll let you know what it is to be cruel." "You can't be worse than you are." "Don't try me, that's all. And as I suppose you have now said all that you've got to say, If you please, we will regard that subject as finished." The poor woman had said all that she could say, and had no further means of carrying on the war. In her thoughts she could do so. In her thoughts she could wander forth out of the gloomy house in the night, and perish in the damp and cold, leaving a paper behind her to tell the world that her husband's cruelty had brought her to that pass. Or she would go to Julia and leave him for ever. Julia, she thought, would still receive her. But as to the one thing, she had certainly made up her mind. She would go with her complaint to Mrs. Clavering at the rectory, let her lord and master show his anger in whatever form he might please. The next day Sir Hugh himself made her a proposition which somewhat softened the aspect of affairs. This he did in his usual voice, with something of a smile on his face, and speaking as though he were altogether oblivious of the scenes of yesterday. "I was thinking, Hermy," he said, "that you might have Julia down here while I am away." "Have Julia here?" "Yes, why not? She'll come, I'm sure, when she knows that my back is turned." "I've never thought about asking her, at least not lately." "No, of course; but you might as well do so now. It seems that she never goes to Ongar Park, and as far as I can learn, never will. I'm going to see her myself." "You going to see her?" "Yes. Lord Ongar's people want to know whether she can be induced to give up the place, that is, to sell her interest in it. I have promised to see her. Do you write her a letter first, and tell her that I want to see her, and ask her also to come here as soon as she can leave London." "But wouldn't the lawyers do it better than you?" "Well, one would think so, but I am commissioned to make her a kind of apology from the whole Courton family. They fancy they've been hard upon her, and by George I believe they have. I may be able to say a word for myself too. If she isn't a fool she'll put her anger in her pocket and come down to you." Lady Clavering liked the idea of having her sister with her, but she was not quite meek enough to receive the permission now given her as full compensation for the injury done. She said that she would do as he had bidden her, and then went back to her own grievances. "I don't suppose Julia, even if she would come for a little while, would find it very pleasant to live in such a place as this all alone." "She wouldn't be all alone when you are with her," said Hugh gruffly, and then again went out, leaving his wife to become used to her misfortune by degrees. Chapter 41. Recording by Barry O'Neill. The Claverings by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 42. Parting. It was not surprising that Lady Clavering should dislike her solitude at Clavering Park House, nor surprising that Sir Hugh should find the place disagreeable. The house was a large, square stone building, with none of the prettinesses of modern country houses about it. The gardens were away from the house, and the cold, desolate, flat park came up close around the windows. The rooms were very large and lofty, very excellent for the purpose of a large household, but with nothing of that snug, pretty comfort which solitude requires for its solace. The furniture was old and heavy, and the hangings were dark in colour. Lady Clavering, when alone there, and generally she was alone, never entered the rooms on the ground floor. Nor did she ever pass through the wilderness of a hall by which the front door was to be reached. Throughout more than half of her days she never would come downstairs at all, but when she did so, preparatory to being dragged about the parish lanes in the old family carriage, she was let out at a small side door. And so it came to pass that during the absences of the lord of the mansion, the shutters were not even moved from any of the lower windows. Under such circumstances there can be no wonder that Lady Clavering regarded the place as a prison. "I wish you could come upon it unawares and see how gloomy it is," she said to him. "I don't think you'd stand it alone for 2 days, let alone all your life." "I'll shut it up altogether if you like," said he. "And where am I to go?" she asked. "You can go to Moor Hall, if you please." Now Moor Hall was a small house standing on a small property belonging to Sir Hugh, in that part of Devonshire which lies north of Dartmoor, somewhere near the Halsworthy region, and which is perhaps as ugly, as desolate, and as remote as any part of England. Lady Clavering had heard much of Moor Hall, and dreaded it as the heroine made to live in the big grim castle down among the Apennines dreads the smaller and grimmer castle which is known to exist somewhere higher up in the mountains. "Why couldn't I go to Brighton?" said Lady Clavering boldly. "Because I don't choose it," said Sir Hugh. After that she did go to the rectory, and told Mrs. Clavering all her troubles. She had written to her sister, having, however, delayed the doing of this for 2 or 3 days, and she had not at this time received an answer from Lady Ongar, nor did she hear from her sister till after Sir Hugh had left her. It was on the day before his departure that she went to the rectory, finding herself driven to this act of rebellion by his threat of Moor Hall. "I will never go there unless I am dragged there by force," she said to Mrs. Clavering. "I don't think he means that," said Mrs. Clavering. "He only wants to make you understand that you'd better remain at the park." "But if you knew what a house it is to be all alone in!" "Dear Hermione, I do know. But you must come to us oftener, and let us endeavour to make it better for you." "But how can I do that? How can I come to his uncle's house, just because my own husband has made my own home so wretched that I cannot bear it? I am ashamed to do that. I ought not to be telling you all this, of course. I don't know what he'd do if he knew it, but it is so hard to bear it all without telling someone." "My poor dear!" "I sometimes think I'll ask Mr. Clavering to speak to him, and to tell him at once that I will not submit to it any longer. Of course he would be mad with rage, but if he were to kill me I should like it better than having to go on in this way. I'm sure he is only waiting for me to die." Mrs. Clavering said all that she could to comfort the poor woman, but there was not much that she could say. She had strongly advocated the plan of having Lady Ongar at the park, thinking perhaps that Harry would be more safe when that lady was at Clavering than he might perhaps be if she remained in London. But Mrs. Clavering doubted much whether Lady Ongar would consent to make such a visit. She regarded Lady Ongar as a hard, worldly, pleasure-seeking woman, sinned against perhaps in much, but also sinning in much herself, to whom the desolation of the park would be even more unendurable than it was to the elder sister. But of this, of course, she said nothing. Lady Clavering left her somewhat quieted, if not comforted, and went back to pass her last evening with her husband. "Upon second thought, I'll go by the first train," he said, as he saw her for a moment before she went up to dress. "I shall have to be off from here a little after 6, but I don't mind that in summer." Thus she was to be deprived of such gratification as there might have been in breakfasting with him on the last morning. It might be hard to say in what that gratification would have consisted. She must by this time have learned that his presence gave her none of the pleasures usually expected from society. He slighted her in everything. He rarely vouchsafed to her those little attentions which all women expect from all gentlemen. If he handed her a plate, or cut for her a morsel of bread from the loaf, he showed by this manner and by his brow that the doing so was a nuisance to him. At their meals he rarely spoke to her, having always at breakfast a paper or a book before him, and at dinner devoting his attention to a dog at his feet. Why should she have felt herself cruelly ill-used in this matter of his last breakfast, so cruelly ill-used that she wept afresh over it as she dressed herself, seeing that she would lose so little? Because she loved the man. Loved him, though she now thought that she hated him. We very rarely, I fancy, love those whose love we have not either possessed or expected, or at any rate for whose love we have not hoped. But when it has once existed, ill usage will seldom destroy it. Angry as she was with the man, ready as she was to complain of him, to rebel against him, perhaps to separate herself from him for ever, nevertheless she found it to be a cruel grievance that she should not sit at table with him on the morning of his going. "Jackson shall bring me a cup of coffee as I'm dressing," he said, "and I'll breakfast at the club." She knew there was no reason for this, except that breakfasting at his club was more agreeable to him than breakfasting with his wife. She had got rid of her tears before she came down to dinner, But still she was melancholy and almost lachrymose. This was the last night, and she felt that something special ought to be said. She did not know what she expected, or what it was that she herself wished to say. I think that she was longing for an opportunity to forgive him, only that he would not be forgiven. If he would have spoken one soft word to her, she would have accepted that one word as an apology. But no such word came. He sat opposite to her at dinner, drinking his wine and feeding his dog, but he was no more gracious to her at this dinner than he had been on any former day. She sat there pretending to eat, speaking a dull word now and then, to which his answer was a monosyllable, looking out at him from under her eyes, through the candlelight, to see whether any feeling was moving him. And then, having pretended to eat a couple of strawberries, she left him to himself. Still, however, this was not the last. There would come some moment for an embrace, for some cold half-embrace, in which he would be forced to utter something of a farewell. He, when he was left alone, first turned his mind to the subject of Jack Stuart and his yacht. He had on that day received a letter from a noble friend, a friend so noble that he was able to take liberties even with Sir Hugh Clavering, in which his noble friend had told him that he was a fool to trust himself on so long an expedition in Jack Stuart's little boat. Jack, the noble friend said, knew nothing of the matter, and as for the masters who were hired for the sailing of such crafts, their only object was to keep out as long as possible, with an eye to their wages and perquisites. It might be very well for Jack Stuart, who had nothing in the world to lose but his life and his yacht, but this noble friend thought that any such venture on the part of Sir Hugh was simply tomfoolery. But Sir Hugh was an obstinate man, and none of the Claverings were easily made afraid by personal danger. Jack Stuart might know nothing of the management of a boat, but Archie did, and as for the smallness of the craft, he knew of a smaller craft which had been out on the Norway coast during the whole of the last season. So he drove that thought away from his mind, with no strong feelings of gratitude toward his noble friend. And then, for a few moments, he thought of his own home. What had his wife done for him that he should put himself out of his way to do much for her? She had brought him no money. She had added nothing, either by her wit, beauty, or rank, to his position in the world. She had given him no heir. What had he received from her that he should endure her commonplace conversation and washed out dowdy prettinesses? Perhaps some momentary feeling of compassion, some twinge of conscience came across his heart as he thought of it all, but if so, he checked it instantly, in accordance with the teachings of his whole life. He had made his reflections on all these things, and had tutored his mind to certain resolutions, and would not allow himself to be carried away by any womanly softness. She had her house, her carriage, her bed, her board, and her clothes. And seeing how very little she herself had contributed to the common fund, her husband determined that in having those things she had all that she had a right to claim. Then he drank a glass of sherry, and went into the drawing-room with that hard smile upon his face which he was accustomed to wear when he intended to signify to his wife that she might as well make the best of existing things, and not cause unnecessary trouble by giving herself airs or assuming that she was unhappy. He had his cup of coffee, and she had her cup of tea, and she made one or two little attempts at saying something special, something that might lead to a word or two as to their parting. But he was careful and crafty, and she was awkward and timid, and she failed. He had hardly been there an hour, when, looking at his watch, he declared that it was 10 o'clock and that he would go to bed. Well, perhaps it might be best to bring it to an end, and to go through this embrace and have done with it. Any tender word that was to be spoken on either side, it was now clear to her, must be spoken in that last farewell. There was a tear in her eye as she rose to kiss him, but the tear was not there of her own good will, and she strove to get rid of it without his seeing it. As he spoke he also rose, and having lit for himself a bed candle, was ready to go. "Good-bye, Hermy," he said, submitting himself with the candle in his hand to the inevitable embrace. "Good-bye, Hugh, and God bless you," she said, putting her arms round his neck. "Pray take care of yourself." "All right," he said. His position with the candle was awkward, and he wished that it might be over. But she had a word prepared which she was determined to utter, poor weak creature that she was. She still had her arm round his shoulders, so that he could not escape without shaking her off, and her forehead was almost resting on his bosom. "Hugh," she said, "you must not be angry with me for what I said to you." "Very well," said he, "I won't." "And Hugh," she said, "of course I can't like your going." "Oh yes, you will," said he. "No, I can't like it. But Hugh, I will not think ill of it any more. Only be here as much as you can when you come home." "All right," said he. Then he kissed her forehead, and escaped from her, and went his way, telling himself as he went that she was a fool. That was the last he saw of her before his yachting commenced. But she, poor fool, was up by times in the morning, and peeping out between her curtains as the early summer sun glanced upon her eyelids, saw him come forth from the porch and descend the great steps, and get into his dog cart and drive himself away. Then, when the sound of the gig could be heard no longer, and when her eyes could no longer catch the last expiring speck of his hat, the poor fool took herself to bed again and cried herself to sleep. End of chapter 42.